Good evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Monday evening. Our first race will go to post in approximately 20 minutes. It's a warm Monday night, but blue skies overhead. A great night of racing action lined up, and we're going to get right to the changes right now. Look, no changes, races 1 or 2. They will go as programmed. In race number 3, we have number 6 up the credit with Art. An equipment change. Blind, bridle to blinkers. Blind to blinkers. And number 7, Mocking Mary. The driver will be Natasha Day. Natasha Day will drive 7. Mocking Mary in the 3rd. In the 4th race, there were no changes. No changes. Race number 4. And the 5th race, number 5. Dry Creek Image. Driver to be announced. TBA on 5. Dry Creek Image in the 5th. Race number 6. No changes. No changes. Race number 6. Race number 7. Number 4. Twin B. Beach Dreams. An equipment change. Blinkers to open bridle. That is blinkers to open bridle. And races 8, 9, and 10 have no changes. Once again, note there are no changes. Races 1 or 2. It is time to welcome in our color man and handicapping expert for the evening, Robert Reed Jr. And Robert, after you throw us your opening salvo, I have a question for you as well. So throw it back to me as I want to pick your brain about something. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, Gary. And you know why? Because it's Marvelous Monday here at Grand River Raceway in Elora, Ontario. And you know what? A little bit more marvelous today because you know what? We're now just a week away from Industry Day and our signature events, the Battle of the Bells and, of course, the Battle of Waterloo. Tonight are the eliminations, and I'm super excited for this card. We've got 15 fillies going postward and over 2 eliminations, and the top 4 in each, including one fifth-place finisher, will make the final. And then on the boys' side for the Battle of Waterloo, we've got 9 in each, so 18 vying for those 9 spots, so top 4 with one fifth-place finisher as well. And you know what? It's a little bit nostalgia for me today as well because when I think back all the way now to 2007. And man, it makes me feel a little bit old. Some beach somewhere, almost a year ago to the day, won his elimination for the Battle of Waterloo in what was his first lifetime start. I was not there that evening, but I was there for the final when he was victorious again. And of course, the rest is history. And pretty cool that on Industry Day here at Grand River Raceway, we will have Paul McDonnell on site signing copies of the Some Beach Somewhere book by Marjorie Simmons, and all proceeds of that will go towards the Canadian Harness Racing Hall of Fame. So fantastic stuff to look forward to on Industry Day. And tonight, an incredible card of 10 races, 4 of which will determine what horses will go postward next week in those 2 signature races. But Gary, what is the question that you have for me?
Well, being that we have such a big card of racing lined up for ourselves this evening with the Battle of Waterloo eliminations and the Battle of the Bells eliminations, I want to get your pick for the most likely winner. I know it's a little bit early and a lot of things can happen. We don't even have the post position for next week, but just an early look at who do you think is the one that's most likely to win in each of those 2. And then how about an outsider, a horse that might race a little better than the program suggests, and if things go right for that horse, maybe could be a little sleeper play on each one.
Look at that. I'm sweating now because Gary Guy puts me on the hot seat before we've even had an elimination. All right, well, listen. Better Have My Money is the easy answer for the Battle of Waterloo because he's been incredible so far, and I think he's the best 2-year-old colt in the province. So definitely Better Have My Money is my selection ahead of any eliminations being raced for the Battle of Waterloo. On the Battle of the Bells side, you know what? I'm going to go with one that might be a bit of an outsider. I don't know, even for my top pick, and that's Love That Smile. I think she's been racing fantastic, Gary. And you know what? I've been a big fan of the Renee Barassa 2-year-old fillies, and that's why I'm going to make my outsider, though I don't even think she should be an outsider, is Do It for Josie. But I think she will get overlooked tonight in the elimination, and I'm hoping that she makes the final, gets a good post, because I think she's a very talented little filly. And I'll be honest, I'm eyeing up those two Barassa trainees as some of my top two for the Battle of the Bells. An outsider for the Battle of Waterloo. Again, not necessarily an outsider, but one that, beyond Better Have My Money, who I think is the one to beat, Bob Loblaw. I love the name of the horse, trained by Ken Middleton Jr., owned by Ken Middleton Jr. I think that one's got a big chance if he can make the final. And then for a real long price, Sports Box.
One more quick question. What about this past weekend? Anything that caught your fancy on the weekend? Because I know you watch every race that's raced anywhere in the world, basically, at the home central there, the Estates.
Yeah, and it's like a sauna in here right now at the Estates. I'm not going to lie to you, and you put me in the hot seat again. Well, I would say last night at Georgian Downs, you called the races. I was surprised that Bulldog Hanover didn't fire. He ended up finishing third. Not surprised by Second Bruiser, who was an easy winner. Loved him last night. Very surprised Bulldog Hanover didn't fire, finished third. And actually really surprised that Desperate Man got the job done over Lawless Shadow. There you have it.
Well, I know you're watching all the racing on the weekend, but tonight we have a great card of racing to watch. So any other thoughts on what's going on here this evening heading into these races? And just your other opening salvo comments. I always know that you've got lots on your plate.
All right. Well, listen, I think that tonight is interesting because it's elimination races, right? So we have to be looking at the races, a little differently. And you can't just look at who's winning them, but who's also racing well. Finishing second, third, and fourth. So I think really the post-race analysis might be as important as the pre-race analysis tonight, and I'm looking forward to it, folks. 10 races on the card. Of course, we're going to get kicked off with that pick 5 wager, which after I have a towel down here, after being on the hot seat with Gary Guy, we'll come back and take a look at it and break down our tickets for you.
Since 1996, the Ontario
Oh my
Standard
God, it's
Adoption
hot in
Society
here.
has facilitated the retraining and management of more than 1,000 retired and non-racing standardbred horses. This award-winning organization also plays a key role in the advocacy and promotion of the breed's versatility and suitability for many equine disciplines beyond harness racing. Volunteers and temporary foster homes are vital to our success. If you have a passion for standardbreds, learn more at osas.ca.
All right, folks. Well, for those of you who sent messages concerned about me, I'm okay. Don't worry about it. It's just a little bit of an air conditioning problem here at the Reed Estates today. I do have a fan on now and a cold drink, so I'm feeling much better. So thank you for your concern. All right, let's take a look at this early pick 5 wager, as Gary and I always do. I try to spend the same amount of money and, keep it within around $10. I'm going to spend a little more tonight. Okay, I'm going to do a little more tonight because, it's a special night. We've got the eliminations for the Battle of the Bells and the Battle of Waterloo, and I figured, you know what, why not? Let's take a shot. I am going to single the first leg, though. I'm going to go with number 1, In This Together, and I'm going to go alone on this one. Last time, I thought this one raced pretty well to finish second, and you know what, Rail Control should be very tough to beat tonight. I'm going to single the first leg. I'm going to single again in the second leg. The horse I mentioned earlier, Love That Smile, for Rene Barassa in the first elimination for the Battle of the Bells. I thought this horse raced fantastic last time, 2 starts back as well. This one was going to win before she hooked wheels in a grassroots event. I'm going Key to start us off, and then we're going to spread out and hope for some prices. And the third race is going to go 1, 3, 5, and 9. That's Scottish Cheddar, Carwin's Lucky Luna, Be Vanish, and the first-time starter, number 9, Wild River Ladybug, in race number 4, 4 deep again. Number 3, Aaronwood Eves. Number 4, Sports Box, who I mentioned earlier, is a long shot play. Number 6, Bob Loblaw. That's Ken Middleton's horse. And number 9, the 7-5 Morning favorite for Casey Coleman, Came a Long Way. And the last leg, 4 deep again, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Number 2, Brienne the Beauty. Number 3, If You Knew Susie, who I think might bounce back in a big way tonight. Number 4, Dream a Dream for Me. And number 5, Dry Creek Image. So when you go key by 4 by 4 by 4 for just 20 cents, it is $12.80. I probably spent more than Gary tonight, but I am very interested to see what he has in store for us.
And there we have I Am Back Alive. But you thought maybe I succumbed to the heat. Actually, it's very nice and cool in this room, Rob. But I spent $9.60 in my ticket, so I spent a little less, the same as the last few weeks, 48 combinations. In the first race, I went alone with In This Together. A correction, you went alone with In This Together, and I took In This Together and Dalicious, the 1 in 5. Dalicious was close to the one last time out. There in the second leg, I went with 4 horses. I know you singled up, but 2, 3, 5, and 7. I do have your 5, Love That Smile, so I at least can be alive. But I have Love That Smile for third, so we have a difference of opinion there. Third race, I have the 5 and 6 as my 2. I originally did pick this 5, 1, 6, and then changed my mind, so that might burn me there. In the fourth race, I have 3 horses, the 3, 6, and the 9. And in the final leg, I'm all alone on one horse, If You Knew Susie. If you're going to go alone, I thought If You Knew Susie might be the safest play. But you took a bunch in there, so again, a different opinion. You do have that one, though, so we do have a chance.
We do. We do have a path where we might both be able to cash. Hopefully we do. And I just learned something new, that the apparently the nice spot to be is the announcer's booth. Nice air conditioning up there tonight for Gary Guy, and I'll sweat it out here at Reed Estates. Okay, let's look at race number 1. Fillies and Mares, non-winners of 5,000 life. And you know what? I did single the 1 in here. That is In This Together, and I think we're all going to be on board with that one, right? Let's take a look. Well, no, we've got Ontario Racing is going a different direction. They're going to look for a price with number 7, Sheila's Brush, who's actually, you know what, almost made my top 4. But let's talk about my top selection, In This Together. This horse has early speed and, hasn't shown it the last 2 times that this horse has had the pole position, but I think we'll see it tonight. This horse has been getting an education, only 4 starts this season, 3 starts last season, so 7 starts in her career, and I think she will be the one to beat. She's 2-1 on the board right now. I expect that price to go down by post time. I figured, you know what, I'm just going to key this one, and if I can get through the opening 2 legs, then we'll have some coverage. But I think In This Together is certainly the one to beat in the opener. I went to number 5, Deolicious. That's the other one that Gary is using as my second pick. This one here, I thought has raced really well here at Grand River. 3 second-place finishes in her last 4 starts. Last time at Mohawk Park, faced much more difficult opponents. Twinbee Beach Streams, we'll see that one later on the card. She finished 8th. Don't hold that against her. She had the 7-hole tougher group. I think she's going to like it a much more here tonight. Right now, 7-2, I think is a pretty good price. Now 4-1 on number 5, Daylicious. Number 2, Stonebridge Crush. Well, inside post, and this one likes to get pieces. 3 third-place finishes and 4 starts so far this season, and I think that Natasha Day can get this one into a nice spot and let her pace late and probably grab 3rd or 4th. So Stonebridge Crush is one you want to have on your ticket. Then I went to number 4, Treasure's Gem. And, last time looked like an improved effort over at Dresden. 2 starts back, faced way tougher at Mohawk Park. And, I didn't mind the first over effort here on June 21st. So I think Treasure's Gem can get a piece of it. 13-1 on the board right now. Oddly enough, though, I did almost throw number 7, Sheila's Brush, on the ticket, thinking this one would be a big price. Right now, 6-1. A lot of support happening for number 7, Sheila's Brush, who I thought raced very well last time here at Grand River on July the 5th. But the horses are moving out onto the track for the opener. Of course, it is the first leg of our $2,500 guaranteed pick 5. So start mapping out your tickets now, and we'll come back and talk about this race a little more with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the first on Parade 1 in this together. Travis Henry for Anita Willette and Luke Willette and Gilles Schatz. Number 2, Stonebridge Crush, Natasha Day for Julie Walker and Jennifer Armstrong. Number 3, Just Crazy Enough, Dave Duncan for Brenda Duncan. And number 4, Treasurer's Gem, Anthony Hahn for Dolores Basilone and Don Lesheed. And 5, Daylicious, Nick Stewart for Benoit Bayadoshan, Tom Rankin and Glenn Rankin, and Elizabeth Rankin. And number 6, Best Kept Secret, Scott Calder for Sean Hyatt and John Bell. Number 7, Sheila's Brush, Ken Oliver for Milton Young. Number 8 is Battle with Desire, Sylvain Grenier for Claude Grandin. And 9 is No Time Austin, sorry for Murray Breather and Doug Millard and Barry McLennan. Field of 9, race number 1, first of 10 dashes on this Monday evening. Rob, I am pumped. In fact, if I was any more pumped, I think I'd need 2 head poles and a jawbreaker bit just to keep me on the track straight. But there is a number 1 in this together, and I do like those last 2 races, the inside post position, and got out well from post 4 last race and then made it to the lead. This is your key horse. How do you think In This Together looks on the track right now?
I think she looks reasonably well on the track right now. Just kind of, it looks like she's just kind of enjoying herself out there, and I think that her efforts have been decent enough that should put her at the top of the ranks against this field. The pole position certainly helps. Now, I want to see her go forward off the gate tonight. We've seen her kind of get herself into some trouble by getting away 4th and 5th in the pass and have to rough it first over. So for me, I want to see her leaving out and getting a favorable trip or cutting the mile.
Now, number 5, Daylicious, I did use in my pick 5 ticket, and you went alone, and I noted that Daylicious 2 starts ago only beaten a length by In This Together. Now, In This Together had to work from a little tougher spot, but nonetheless, Daylicious was pretty competitive there. 3 runner-up finishes. Maybe Daylicious breaks through because has been knocking on the door. Daylicious and Nick Stewart for Benoit Bayadoshan.
Yeah, this is one that, if she jumps up and wins today, I would not be surprised, that's for sure. And, I thought about going too deep in here like you, Gary, and your pick five, but I said, you know what, I'm going to single and then try to spread out late. I think Deolicious is probably the main danger. And we've seen speed from this one in the past. If she blasts off and cuts it or gets away in the two hole behind in this together, obviously she'll be a force in the stretch.
There's a look at number 2, Stonebridge Crush, and might well be the trip horse here because has enough gate speed. Maybe can be sitting in the pocket and things could certainly go her way. She's finished third in 3 starts, but maybe could get into the top 2 if the trip works out.
Yeah, I think Stonebridge Crest is certainly the trip horse in here. Enough speed to get forwardly placed for sure. From post 2, she might be able to just drop down to the pylons and sit, a favorable spot, and hide out, as I like to say sometimes, and then charge late for a piece of it. I think the Stonebridge Crest is one you cannot ignore on your exotic wagers. Definitely one you need in the bottom end of your trifecta and superfecta at least.
Number 4, Treasure's Gem, and Anthony Hahn for Dolores Basilone. Does not have a win in 10 starts. In fact, only one a second place finish. But the last race at Dresden was better. Might be moving forward now.
Yeah, I think this barn too. I think many of their horses have been racing better, and I've noticed some steady progression, through across their entire barn. So I'd look at the odds board right now and see 21-1 and say, you know what, this is one you got to use, and maybe even worth a little bit of a win ticket as well. I was not expecting the price to be this big. I thought the last effort was much better, and certainly could take another step forward tonight.
And one that we have to take a look at is number 7, Sheila's Brush, because it is Ontario Racing. Melissa Keith for Ontario Racing taking this one on top. You get a healthy 21-1. Hasn't won yet, but Kenny Oliver's been able to win a fair number of races over his career. He's a solid trainer and trapping is Kenny O.
You know what's interesting, Gary? Last time at Woodbine, I actually was keeping an eye on this horse at Mohawk Park because 3 starts back here at Grand River, I actually put this horse on my watch list, and I almost bumped this horse up to my top 3 or 4 tonight. The problem is she's got post 7. If she had an inside post, I might even be inclined to put her on top. 25-1 is a real big price, and that effort in this together, finishing 4th to that filly on July the 5th was a good one. So I would not ignore this horse in the exotics, especially the bottom end of that superfecta. She might be able to add some value to it at 22-1.
Well, 22-1 for Melissa Keith on top. We'll see if she's got the wisdom going here to kick off the evening. First of 10 dashes on Elimination Night at the River. Taking up their positions, it is In This Together, Stonebridge Crush, and just crazy enough on the inside. In the center, Treasure's Gem, Deolicious to the outside. Best Kept Secret, Sheila's Brush, and Battle with Desire. And the second tier, No Time. Field of 9, race number 1. It is post time. Giddy up. It's a field of 9 for race number 1. They're into the stretch drive, gathering speed. Field for the first. He's at the start of the rough, and Treasure's Gem will leave out with Stonebridge Crush and then Deolicious, and In This Together on the inside. To the outside, Sheila's Brush. They work around that turn. Sheila's Brush now is going to try to angle right over to the pylons, and will be over to the pylons, racing forth in front of In This Together. Then it is back further to No Time, and then further back is Just Crazy Enough, and then Best Kept Secret and Battle with Desire, and now Deolicious has got the lead. Deolicious is in front, and racing second is Stonebridge Crush, and then the third way as they race past that opening quarter is Treasure's Gem, 27-2, a solid opening quarter, and Sheila's Brush is racing on the inside fourth in front of In This Together, who is mid-pack fifth right now as the field comes off the turn and races on towards us, and now leading the way, Deolicious at 3-1. That is Stonebridge Crush getting the pocket trip. Treasure's Gem on the inside third. Here comes Sheila's Brush now, and working up and In This Together is following Sheila's Brush, and Sheila's Brush has a lot of brush on the outside. First up third, half 57-4. In this together as well, spotted second over, and down to the inside, Treasure's Gem. On down the backstretch they go. Then racing a third from last is No Time, and then for the back rather Just Crazy Enough, and then it is Battle with Desire and Best Kept Secret. But as they race the backstretch, it is still Daylicious who's got the lead. Daylicious, Stonebridge Crush has been tripping it out, and to the outside Sheila's Brush, and then In This Together is still on the in the two wide path, second over on the back of Sheila's Brush, who is moving up and has a share of second, and now three wide. There goes In This Together, down to the inside, Treasure's Gem, and then No Time. The field is about to turn for home. 3/4, 127 and 1, and it is Daylicious. Daylicious and In This Together as the field turns down the stretch route. Daylicious up the inside, Stonebridge Crush. Stonebridge Crush up the inside against Daylicious. Daylicious on the inside, In This Together up the passing lane to win it. Then Daylicious was second, 3 across the track for third, 158 and 3. Stonebridge Crush, we mentioned before the race, might be the trip horse, got the passing lane and knew what to do with it in 158 and 3, Rob.
Yeah, we identified the trip horse, but neither one of us put her on our pick 5 ticket, unfortunately. And perfect steer by Natasha Day, and that's what I thought might happen, especially if In This Together, doesn't have that gate speed, which I think that we're just learning about this filly. Maybe she just doesn't have that speed off the switch because, she kind of gets herself into some trouble, getting away 4th and 5th frequently. So, but hats off to Stonebridge Crush and Natasha Day, the trip of the race, find the winner's circle.
I still thought that In This Together might not have an excuse because got a second over trip and really didn't fire as much as I thought, even when pulling off the second over trip.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's tough to make up ground, obviously, but you're right, Gary. They didn't come home all that quick, 31 and 2. So it wouldn't have been that difficult for In This Together with a better effort to cruise past them. I was really impressed by number 7, Sheila's Brush. Ken Oliver handled her very aggressively off the gate. Went first over and stuck around for third. I'll be honest, turning for home, I was like, okay, well, Sheila's Brush is going to back up, and maybe we can look at this one next week as a price. But, Melissa Keith for Ontario Racing put that one on top and took some guts to do it, and hats off to her. It didn't work out, finished third, but nice pick at 14 to 1.
I think anytime you can pick a horse that's longer and get them onto the top 3, it still is a solid choice. And good for Melissa to note that one. 2-5-7-4 for Treasure's Gem at 8 to 1 to round out the ticket. And with one In This Together out of it, we should already start off tonight with a pretty nice price. Wheeling back in front of us is the winner of race 1, number 2, Stonebridge Crush. Stonebridge Crush, a three-year-old state Treasure Bay filly, owned by Natasha Day and Julie Walker and Jennifer Armstrong. Julie Walker, the trainer. Natasha Day, the winning driver. Stonebridge Crush, first lifetime win, mile of 158 and 3. Also note the photo by Tiffany Chantel Photography. If you want to win photos, they can be available about 10 minutes after each race. Tiffany's photo booth. Tiffany Chantel Photography is down on the lower level of the grandstand at the very west end of the building facing the paddock. The first race payouts, number 2, Stonebridge Crush, $12 for $83.90. 5, Daylicious, $3.90, $4.07. Sheila's Brush, $7.80. $2 Exactor, $58.50. Dollar Try, $105.65. $65 Super, $398.80. The first race order of finish from the top, 619-427-385. That's 619-427-385.
All right. Well, just like that, Gary and I are both out of the pick five. But, folks, it's time for race number 2. We got our first elimination race of the night for the Battle of the Bells. 7 fillies go postward, and the top 4 will make the final, as well as one fifth-place finisher across both eliminations. And while I really like winning here, number 5, Love That Smile, is my top selection for Rene Barassa and Louis-Philippe Roy at the controls tonight. I thought this one, 2 starts back at Georgian Downs, was going to win and win in easy fashion before she hooked wheels on the final turn and then was taken way out of it. Finished second last time in a gold and finished second to Prohibition Legal, who I think would be an overwhelming favorite in this race. And of course, June 30th, she broke her maiden right here at Grand River Raceway, and that was a very impressive effort. 27-4 last quarter. Number 5, Love That Smile, is my top selection, and I think she is one that has a chance to take it all down next week, assuming she makes the final, but I think she will, with the top 4 advancing after this one. In for second, I went to number 6, Just Like Wilma. I like this one at Mohawk Park at a grassroots event on July the 20th. She refused to start, but that effort on July 13th in the qualifier was a fantastic one. Last quarter, 27-1. She was cruising to the wire, and she swept past the field. So I think Just Like Wilma's one you've got to consider. I just don't know what the trip's going to be like for her tonight because she's got post 6, and I think she might have to come from out of it. Plus, she did refuse last time or made a break, made a break at the start, anyways, we'll say, but she was kind of acting up, ended up being a pari-mutuel refund. So I don't know. Just Like Wilma, I think's got the talent. It just matters, what kind of trip it goes, and she's got to be on her best behavior, obviously, to beat this group. In for third, I went to number 7, Mary Keep On Burning. Again, post 7's the problem, but you look at that form. Third in a gold in her first lifetime start, and then 4th last time, only beaten 3/4 of a length. She's been competitive at the gold level. You got to like her chances in here, but post 7 is such a tough spot to operate from. I know that the top 4 might be well within her reach, but the win, that might be a different story today. But she's one you need to consider. Number 7, Mary Keep On Burning. And number 2, Stonebridge Talia. I think this one, again, has hit the board or finished 4th in all 3 of her lifetime starts. Finished 3rd in a gold last time, in behind Prohibition Legal and Love That Smile. Inside post, much more favorable post than the top 3 that I picked. I think she should be able to sit a favorable trip and then get a piece of it late to make the final and land on the ticket. So that's the way I see it. I really like number 5, Love That Smile. I've liked this filly since the first time we saw her here at Grand River on June the 30th, and she's one you need to, give some respect to, and I'm just hoping the trip works out tonight. Underneath, number 6, Just Like Wilma, number 7, Mary Keep On Burning, and number 2, Stonebridge Talia. But we'll take a look at the field for the first elimination for the Battle of the Bells a little closer with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the second on parade. The Battle of the Bells, first elimination one. Ronnie Hanover, Mike Whaley for Walter Wellen and Chris Nickel. Number 2, Stonebridge Italia. It's Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Ron Cullen and Rachel Andrew. Number 3, Cheryl Shadow James with Donover Carmen Osiello and Cheryl Downer and Osiello Stables and Julia Clark and Amanda Clark. Number 4 is All Electric Randy Wabels for James Dean and Barbara Lennox and Brenda Lothman and Laura McKinney. Number 5, Love That Smile, Louis Bois for Rennie Barras and M&S Racing and Gilles Cowett and Mark Gelinas. Number 6, Just Like Wilma, Doug McNair for Greg McNair and Wayne McCrae. And number 7, Mary Keep On Burnin', Jody Jameson for Pam Forgy and Dr. Steve Taylor. Field of 7, race number 2. Well, Rob, we'll take a look at this field for the second race. And one thing that I'll ask you off the top, when you're handicapping elimination races, do you look at it differently than just a regular race? Because you might not be as willing to sacrifice first up or be aggressive because you want a first order of business is to make the final.
Yeah, it's kind of a chess match for them on the racetrack and a chess match for, a handicapper, and somebody who's wagering on the race, right? Because you got to keep that in mind at all times. Top 4 make the final and 1 5th place finisher. So, obviously everyone, wants to find the winner's circle. There's money on the line here today, but you're exactly right. Someone might not be as inclined to, expend it all this week when there's bigger stuff, happening here next week on Industry Day for the finals. I still love that smile, though. Gary, we saw this horse on June the 30th, a real impressive winner in the first start of her life. You then saw both starts at Georgian Downs. She hooked wheels 2 starts back. I thought she was going to win very easily before that happened. And last time, a nice second at Prohibition Legal. I'm sticking with her 6-5, though the price is pretty short.
There's number 6, Just Like Wilma. We see Doug McNair scoring this one down a little bit, going around that first turn. Your thoughts on Just Like Wilma?
This is a key piece of this race, isn't it? Last time made a break at the start, was acting up a lot, ended up being a pari-mutuel refund. I think the fact that Dougie's scoring her down, it tells us that, right there, that's not the best sign, but I think he was trying to pull her up there. But I don't know. I was a little bit excited till we saw that, Gary. 8-1 now. That price might continue to float up. I wish we'd see her, kind of mind her manners there and finish through that score with authority.
Definitely has speed, though, that 27-1 final quarter, July 13th in the qualifier. There's Double J, Mary, Keep On Burning for Pam Forgy. One you used on your top 3. Outside post position, that was a little concern for me.
Yeah, definitely a concern for me as well. But I said, you know what, this one should be good enough to get onto the trifecta or superfecta. And I mean, you certainly don't want to finish any further back than that and try to make the final because you might not. So I think that, that both efforts were solid out of this one. You look at who she's been facing and, decent competition as well. The outside post is definitely a concern, but I think she can overcome it to get a piece of it.
There's number 2, Stonebridge Talia. So I went against you. This is my top pick in here. I do love that smile, but Stonebridge Talia gets the inside post over the other 3 and does flash gate speed left to make the front of that last gold. Now, did tire in the late going, but I thought it was a pretty solid effort, and I also see this one going a nice 54-1 back half at Mohawk in a maiden race back at the latter part of June.
Yeah, and you know what? When you look at this one, I think you're right. This horse should have a big trip scenario advantage, pace advantage, post advantage when you look at it. And you've got Jody Cullen and Travis Cullen. They're no stranger to winning a lot of races here. I do think that this one should be pushing out for the early lead. And it might be her race to lose. I just think that Love That Smile might be a notch better than many of them in here. And obviously the public agrees right now at even money. But Stonebridge Talia 5-1 in a race that might not have a ton of action. I certainly couldn't go wrong, or steer anyone off that if they wanted to make a win play.
And we have to get a look at Melissa Keith's top pick in here, 3 Cheryl's Shadow, because in the first race, she gave us 1 Sheila's Brush at a longer price that raced very well. 3 Cheryl's Shadow and James McDonald parked every step last race. Has an excuse on that last one.
Yeah, and the qualifiers were decent. 2 winning qualifiers, leading into her first career start, and she finished fifth to Prohibition Legal, a horse that we've mentioned a few times tonight. And yeah, I would say that this one certainly has a chance. 7-1, maybe the right price. I might want more than that, to be honest, if I was going to take a swing on Cheryl Shadow.
Well, the thing with Cheryl Shadow, though, definitely does show some gate speed. In fact, in a gold at Mohawk from post 7, got away second. Now, did tire a bit in the late going, but still, it was a decent enough effort. Cheryl Shadow, James Madonna for Carmen Asiello, that's been a decent team. And Cheryl Shadow, 7-1. I don't mind that price, but right now I have two. Stonebridge Talia, I've gone against you. You have the favorite, number 5, Love That Smile. It's going to be the first Battle of the Bells elimination field taking up their positions. Ronnie Hanover on the inside. Stonebridge Talia. And then on the center, Cheryl Shadow, all electric. And Love That Smile to the outside. It is Just Like Wilma and Mary. Keep on burning. Field of 7. Race number 2. It is post time for the Battle of the Bells first elimination. Field 4, the second race. Field of 7. The fillies are at the top of the stretch. Battle of the Bells, first elimination. Fillies are at the start. And they're off, and Ronnie Hanover, Cheryl Shadow gunning out, Stonebridge Talia, and now moving to the outside. Love That Smile is leaving and is going to come on and take over third. Stonebridge Talia on the inside, Relaxed Away racing fourth. Then Just Like Wilma, all electric, and Mary Keep On Burning. But Cheryl Shadow right now for James McDonald has the lead and being shadowed by Ronnie Hanover right there close in the pocket. Then getting up closer is Love That Smile, moving up third and is about to 3 1/4 off the lead. Then a gap of a couple to Stonebridge Talia. Then Just Like Wilma. Back further is All Electric and Mary Keep On Burning. Cheryl Shadow at 4-1 has the front for James McDonald. Ronnie Hanover. Mike Whalen sits in the pocket. Love That Smile and Louis Was on the inside third. And then Stonebridge Talia is going to come to the outside now and work first over. Just Like Wilma is on the outside as well as they come off the turn and they race on towards us. Now popping out from third. There goes Love That Smile. The challenge right now against Cheryl Shadow. Cheryl Shadow is going to get a challenger. Love That Smile. 57-2 was the halftime. Ronnie Hanover on the inside getting the trip. And to the outside, Stonebridge Talia is racing fourth, but is still about 3 or 4 off the lead. It is Love That Smile, and Cheryl Shadow is game on the inside. They duel on down the backstretch. Then a gap of 2 or 3. Ronnie Hanover, Stonebridge Talia is getting urging and moving up. But right now, Love That Smile, slim lead off stride when Just Like Wilma. And right now, battling gamely on the inside, Cheryl Shadow. Cheryl Shadow is right alongside on the inside and on the outside. Love That Smile is working hard. 3/4, 125. Third is Ronnie Hanover, and fourth is Stonebridge Talia. Love That Smile has had to work really hard. Leads it by about 1.25 lengths, and it is Love That Smile. Cheryl Shadow as they come on down the stretch drive off 3/4 of 125. And Love That Smile has now drawn clear. It wasn't easy, but got the job done and now wins it by about 3.25. And then it was Cheryl Shadow and Mary Keep On Burning. And then Ronnie Hanover stuck around for fourth, 154-2. Love That Smile. You loved this filly. She had to work really hard, but eventually she proved you right, Rob.
Yeah, definitely. You know what? I had a few tense moments there, but I love what Louis Philippe Roy did there. As soon as James looked like James McDonald kind of put on the brakes, he put on the accelerator, and they did battle. I mean, they went a big third quarter there, and she did bang home pretty good too. I just, Gary, we saw this horse in her lifetime debut. I thought it was so impressive, and 2 starts back, she was going to crush that group before she hooked wheels. I think she's a really nice filly. I think Renee Barassa has 2 very nice 2-year-olds. I don't even know if this is the better one of the 2, though. And I kind of alluded to that in the pre-show. I think Love That Smile is one of the. I thought going in she was one of the ones to beat in the entire Battle of the Bells, and I think she proved it today.
Well, a horse definitely to keep our eye on is Cheryl Shadow, because even though, yes, Love That Smile got the better of her, boy, it wasn't easy, and Cheryl Shadow was really game.
Yeah, a couple times there I was like, uh-oh, looks like Cheryl Shadow might try to put my Philly away. But the James McDonald factor, right? James, right now, everything he touches turns to gold. And first time he jumped on this one tonight in the elimination, and wow, it paid off. I mean, she got bet down 2 to 4 to 1 after the start there, or before the start, sorry, but last click. And I think that. She's definitely one to keep an eye on. I was a little bit surprised how, handy she left out and how easily she got to the quarter in 27-4.
And number 7, Mary Keep On Burnin'. Jody Jameson was able to close. This one's been a good closer. It closed really well at Georgian last time out. Able to get on the ticket for third. And then Ronnie Hanover, a nice trip horse on the inside, but did stick around. So will be in the final. 5-3-7-1.
Yeah, we'll see. Have to see. Somebridge Tally and the Connections will have to sweat it out to see if they get in and finishing fifth.
On the board, it's a 5-3-7-1. And coming back in front of us, number 5, Love That Smile, a 2-year-old sports rider, brown filly. M&S Racing owns, along with Gilles Cowett, Mark Jelena, Rennie Barassa owning and training. Louis Waugh, the winning driver. It's the second win for Love That Smile. 154-2. And I should mention the mile of 154-2 equals the track record for 2-year-old pacing fillies, along with Right on Molly and Alicorn. The second race payouts, 5, Love That Smile, $4, $3 and $2.73. Cheryl's Shadow, $4.93.50. 7, Mary Keep On Burnin', $3.50. $2 double, $37.50. $2 exactor is $17.90 try. Well, we'll get the dollar try in a minute. It will be numbers 5, 3, and 7 on a $1 trifecta ticket. Pays $38.55. The superfecta, $191.05. The second race over finish from the top. 4526173. That's 4526173.
All right. Well, congrats to our first elimination winner tonight. Love that smile. And of course, her connections, fantastic effort, ties the track record for 2-year-old fillies. But let's now take a look at race number 3 for fillies and mares, now winners of $5,000 lifetime. And it is the start of our early pick four. So start mapping out your winning tickets for that. And in this one, folks, I did go to right now the co-favorite, number 5, Be Vanish. And I thought that this Murray Breather 3-year-old filly raced well last time to finish second, beating her nose to Sporty, a horse that I actually was very fond of on that occasion. First over, a long way, and then did only get beat by nose in the wire. And if the wire was 1 inch further, she would have been a winner because she was surging late to the point that I wasn't even sure that Sporty held on. So I think that B Vanish is the one to beat in here. You've got Austin Sorey aboard this evening, and we've seen him, do well with these horses that sometimes might be a notch better than their rivals, and he can certainly drive them, like they're the best. And I think this one might get that type of a trip tonight, and she might just be too much for this field. Number 5, B Vanish, is my top selection. In for second, I did go to number 1, Scottish Cheddar. Like the post relief, post 7 last time, closed up nicely, came home back half in 56-4, last quarter 28 seconds flat. Now you got rail control, so you got to like that. What I'm not fond of right now is the price. Well, 3-1 is a little bit better. 2-1 I didn't like. 3-1, if this floats up a little higher, I think that Scottish Cheddar, is definitely worth a look. She should be a serious player in here from the pole position. Then I did go to number 3, Carwin's Lucky Luna, and part of it is the James McDonald factor. I think that he's driving, as good as anyone right now on the planet, and certainly, been having tremendous success over at Mohawk Park. And this one gets a favorable post this time around. Last time had the same post, but it was, first start back off a vet scratch sick, got away 8th off the gate. Maybe she gets put into play tonight. And can land somewhere on the ticket right now, 14-1. I thought this horse would be double digits. She's certainly worth using somewhere in your trifecta, superfecta ticket. I think, she might be able to land on the bottom of it with a favorable trip. And then in for 4th, I did go to the number 9, Wild River Ladybug. This one is a first-time starter for Julie Walker. And I didn't mind the qualifier. Came home in 27-1. This sports writer filly making her first start of her career. I don't like that she has to do so from the trailing post. I'm always leery of first-time starters, having to start from post 9 here at Grand River Raceway. But she might get to follow a live one off the gate, number 1, Scottish Cheddar. If that one is, forwardly placed, she might not get away too poorly. And I certainly think she has a chance to get a piece of it tonight. And I'll be honest, at 19-1, I might even be inclined to try her on a small win ticket. That's a pretty big overlay, I think, on number 9, Wild River Ladybug. But I'm going to sit with number 5, B Vanish, as my top selection. We'll come back and take a look at this opening leg of the early pick 4 a little closer with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the third. On parade one, Scottish Cheddar Drew Neal for Daniel Meade. Number 2, Dash Doll, Dave Duncan for Brenda Duncan. Number 3, Carwin's Lucky Luna, James Batana for Murray Breather and Dennis Karuna. And 4 is SG Alexia, Sylvain Grenier drives the trains and owns. 5 is B Vanish, Austin Sorry for Murray Breather and Doug Millard and Barry McLennan. Number 6, Up the Credit with Art, Tyler Borth for Bill Budd and Jim Wilson. Number 7, Mocking Mary, Natasha Day for Jeffrey Williamson. And 8, Lady Rider, Brent McDonald for Ron McDonald and Hut Racing. 9 is Wild River Ladybug, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Dr. John Bradbury. Field of 9, race number 3. This one is the start of the Big Four. We'll take a look at this field, Robin. Before I do, just to mention, it's so cool in my room tonight. I think I might have to put my sweater on. I got to tell you. Let's get a look at this. Well, go ahead.
Just needling me. It's okay. Well, it's all right.
Why not?
I'm feeling better now. I've got a nice fan now. And I went and got myself a cool beverage, and I'm feeling much better now. But thanks for your concern, Gary Guy.
I'm very, very concerned. I'm a team player. Number 5, B Vanish, was flush with late pace last time out. Almost got the win, as you mentioned. B Vanish, there is B Vanish on the track right now.
I think she looks good on the track as well. And last time, if you remember, I was all over Sporty in that race, and it looked like she was home and cooled. And this one almost gunned her down. Only got beat by a nose from a very improbable looking spot at the head of the stretch anyways. And I think that B Vanish is the one to beat in here. I think she might be a notch above most of these anyways. And Austin Sorry, we've seen him, drive horses like that, with confidence. And I think we're going to see that today. And right now, 2-1, I don't think is the worst price. Obviously not something you want to rush out and play, though.
There's one Scottish Cheddar. I mentioned earlier that I first had this one second in my selection and then moved back to third. I might be regretting that. But we'll see if Scottish Cheddar has enough gate speed to take advantage of the inside. That was one thing I was a little concerned, but I do see decent gate speed at Rideau Carlton 2 back.
Yeah, this one, I'm always, leery of ones that have, made a break from this spot before. Now, granted, that was at Mohawk Park, and in the no contest before that here, I thought this one, looked good, and that's why I did think this, had a shot last time to hit the ticket from the 7 hole. Like that effort. Last time looks good on the track right now. 9-2 on the board is certainly 5-1 is a better price than I was expecting on this one.
Number 3, Carwin's Lucky Luna. You're going with the James McDonald angle, and of course Murray Breather's done his share of winning in his career. Carwin's Lucky Luna hasn't had a lot of success. We'll see if James can move this one forward. There are a couple things to like, though, when you take a glance further down the lines.
Yeah, we've actually seen it recently, Gary, where a horse getting back under a regular rotation comes up with a big effort, and she's doing that tonight. This is a 7-day, back in after 7 days after being off of Vetskritch sick last time. Same post position, but I think if she gets put into play, she's got a chance. 7-1, a lot smaller price than I was hoping for, though.
Number 9, Wild River Ladybug. J.B. Renault for Julie Walker. First-time starter. I took your advice. At first was leery of the trailer post for a young filly, a 3-year-old making a first start, but then I still thought, I might be able to get a trip, and so did you.
Yeah, this one's a full sister to Wild River Bumblebee, a high percentage winner, 13 for 24, winner of almost 150,000 as well. So I think there's something there with this one. I don't like the trailing post very much, but 15-1 I do like. I think, obviously she might need a starter too. She's at a big experience disadvantage against the field here, but I certainly, wouldn't, say that she's not worth a play if she's the one you like.
The horse that I have under B Vanish and moved out Scottish Cheddar to third is 6 Up the Credit with Art. Equipment change, blind bridle to blinkers. A couple of really good starts here before the last one. It is the post position problem. Up the Credit with Art is one that likes to race up close.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that the equipment change I'm very intrigued by. I already have my selections done. I might have bumped this one somewhere into my top four because of it. Disappointed by the effort. Two starts back on July 5th. Maybe she rebounds today with a better effort at 9-2.
Well, we have a field of 9 for race number 3 moving in behind the gates. And right now, number 5, Be Vanish, 4-5 as the favorite. Taking up positions, it is Scottish Cheddar, Dash Doll, and Carwin's Lucky Luna. In the center, SG Alexia and Be Vanished to the outside. Up the credit with Art, Mocking Marion, Lady Rider, the second tier, Wild River, Ladybug. It is a field of 9 for the third. There at the start of the rough, SG Alexia with Be Vanish, and up the credit with Art is driving wide heading towards the turn, and then it is Mocking Marion down to the inside, Scottish Cheddar, then Wild River Ladybug now is away to race position 5th, and Carwin's Lucky Luna is 6th, then Dash Doll is 7th, and then it is back to Mocking Marion, Lady Rider. But right now, Be Vanish has come on to get the lead. Be Vanish has got the lead as they race on to the opening quarter. SG Alexia left well and now has the pocket. Up the credit with Art is down to the inside third, and there goes Carwin's Lucky Luna. Moving on the outside now, and coming first up, and Scottish Cheddar is going to follow Carwin's Lucky Luna to the outside. 28-3 was the opening quarter, and it is Be Vanish who's got the front. Carwin's Lucky Luna threatening to the outside. SG Alexia's on the inside racing third. As the field comes off the turn, and Scottish Cheddar is spotted second over fourth as they race their way off the turn, and then it is up the credit with Art on the inside, but challenging on top. Carwin's Lucky Luna pressuring Be Vanish as they head towards the turn. Halftime was recorded in 59-2, and Scottish Cheddar is on the outside racing a third, and down on the inside as they work their way into the backstretch. Right now is SG Alexia. SG Alexia third. Now Scottish Cheddar on the outside, about 2 off the lead, and considering a move to the outside as they work the backstretch, and then Wild River Ladybug. And on the inside, it is up the credit with Art, who's locked to the inside, and then it is further back to Mocking Mary and Dash Doll and Lady Rider. They race on to three quarters. Be Vanish is trying to fend off a stubborn Carwin's Lucky Luna. They are paired together, and then Scottish Cheddar, and rolling up wide comes Wild River Ladybug, and Wild River Ladybug is a fast Ladybug right now, and on the inside SG Alexia, but it is Be Vanish who continues on now. Be Vanish now leads it by about a length and a quarter. Be Vanish on down the stretch drive, and Be Vanish was able to make the others' hopes vanish, strides out to win it, and then it was SG Alexia, Wild River Ladybug, and close for fourth, but Be Vanish was flush with pace, 1:59.4. It wasn't easy, Rob, but when it was really go time, she had lots left.
Yeah, she was driven like she was the best by Austin Story. It's kind of what we were expecting. And, when she made the front, I said, okay, this race should be over. I really thought that she was a notch above her competition in here. And, that was her stablemate that came first up. And, they certainly weren't in a big hurry in that middle half. It went to the three-quarter pole on 1:30.2. And really, when 59-2 flashed up at the halfway point, I said, this horse is not going to get beat because I just, like I said, I thought she was one that, merited a lot of respect in here. Nice effort from number 4, SG Alexia. That's going to make the ticket at a big price for sure. And, well, the first-time starter that we were intrigued by, Gary, number 9, Wild River Ladybug, I think it's one we want to put a big circle around for next time.
Well, you don't get a price in the winner, but underneath Be Vanish, you got 30-1, 9-1, and 17-1. Be Vanish was definitely very good. And also, put a circle around Carwin's Lucky Luna because actually raced it pretty darn fine. Now, it did end up finishing fourth, but I thought that was a really solid effort for Carwin's Lucky Luna. Did a lot of work.
Yeah, definitely came first over, and James McDonald did a good job to keep that one alive, and a couple times put her nose in front of her stablemate, who was bet down to 4-5. Obviously, a big discrepancy in the price between the two, and not a big discrepancy between the margin throughout the mile until the end of it. But yeah, again, this is going to be a nice trifecta and a nice super with some nice price under our 4-5 favorite.
We have a 5-4-9-3 as the unofficial top four. Coming back in front of us is number 5, Be Vanish. 3-year-old Better is delayed brown filly, owned by Doug Millard and Murray Brether and Barry McLennan. Murray Brether, the trainer. Austin Sorry is the winning driver. It is the first win for Be Vanish Lifetime, 159-4. The third race payouts: 5 Be Vanish, $3.90, $3.10, $3 for SG Alexia, $16.30 and $8.80, and 9 Wild River Ladybug, $5.20, $2 exactor is $66.60, dollar try $224.55, dollar super $2,081.20. Third race. Order of finish from the top: 694217583. That's 694217583.
All right, folks. Well, it's time. It's time for race number 4. It is the first elimination for the Battle of Waterloo. 2-year-old Colson Geldings will go postward, trying to vie for a spot in the final here on Industry Day. The top 4 will make it. One fifth-place finisher will also make it as well. And, well, I am going to number 3, Aaron Wood Eves. This horse is 9-5 right now. I figured this one would take a lot of support. Very nice effort so far in 2 races in this one's career. Both came at the gold level. Both times difficult post. Post 7, 2 starts back, finished second. And then last time, the trailing post at Mohawk Park, which is a very difficult spot. Overland trip, finished third on the end of it. 2 solid efforts now here over the half-mile service at Grand River Raceway. Will have to try to get away off the gate, but has a good post to do so from. And of course, Jody Jameson, no stranger to this race and this oval. So I think Aaron Wood Eves is certainly one of the ones to beat, and that's why he is my top selection. For second, I did go to number 6, Bob Alabla. Love the name of this horse. Trained and owned by Ken Middleton Jr., the race caller over at Mohawk Park. And this one, fantastic effort. 2 starts back in the grassroots. Easy winner on that occasion. Blasted home at 27 seconds flat, and a nice follow-up effort to be third, in a gold last time at Mohawk Park on July the 16th. Don't underestimate this one, folks. I said this is one of my, I don't think he's really an outsider, but I would say, right now, if you're picking one to win the whole thing, I said he was one of my outsiders to win the whole thing. 6-1 on the board. Nice price on number 6, Bob Loblaw. And then number 9 came a long way for Casey Coleman Herlihy, driver James McDonald. And, this one hasn't done much wrong. Was a winner at Harris Philly in his debut. Followed it up with a real big-time score over at Mohawk Park on July 3rd, and then did get beat last time by Stonebridge Helios as the heavy favorite, but it was still a solid effort in defeat. Trailing post tonight, not a big fan of that, especially for a young one, and obviously if there's some speed on the inside in front of him, it'll help, but I'm not so sure that's going to be the way the race plays out. And then for fourth, number 4, Sportsbox. This is another one I thought might be a longer price one. Right now, 6-1, though, taking a lot of support. Like the way this one raced last time, got away 10th off the gate, came home in 27 seconds flat, back half of 54 and 3. That's some serious speed for this one, and was coming back off a break in stride. So with that flat line now, we might see this one at its best tonight. And I think Sportsbox is one you don't want to ignore, especially on your trifecta and your superfecta tickets. So for me, though, I am going with number 3, Aaron Wood Eves on top. Bob Loblaw, though, is one I would not ignore. Now 5-2. I would say, 4-1 or higher would be a good price on that one. And, just keep in mind the elimination winner will draw for post positions 1 through 5. So it is a big advantage if you do win this race, because you are putting it in your favor to draw a better post for the $251,000 final here on Industry Day. But we're going to come back and take a closer look at this field with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the 4th race on Parade 1, Century Inspector. Tyler for Dr. Ian Moore and Len Rosine. Number 2 is Ron Louis Bois for Dr. Ian Moore and Wilma and James McKenzie. And number 3 is Aaron Wood Eves, Jody Jameson for Gabriel Sasso and Jeffrey Corchens at Mart West Racing. Number 4 is Sportsbox, Trevor Henry for Paul Reed and Gary Lance and BC Reichheld Stables. Number 5, Still Thirsty, Travis Henry for Bob McIntosh and CSX Stables. Number 6 is Bob Loblaw, Sylvan Filion for Ken Middleton Jr. and Dave Walls, and also Starting Center Stables and James Grant. And number 7 is Magical Arthur, Doug McNair for Anthony Beaton and David Lumsden. And number 8 is Nassau Hanover Mike Saftik for John Pentland and Peter Charlton and Archie Leach. And 9 is Came a Long Way, James Madonna for Casey Coleman Hurley and Westwind Stable. Field of 9, race number 4. Well, let's get a look at the field for the first elimination. Rob, and first up, we're going to start with the one that both of us landed on as the 1. That is number 3, Aaron Wood-Eves, and is the slight favorite, about 2-1. Aaron Wood-Eves and Jody Jameson. Boy, you gotta love the effort last time out. Parked every step. 26-3 final quarter. And also was beaten only 2.5 by Better Have My Money, which is the one we think, at least especially you do, that is the best one of the bunch of colts. So Aaron Wood-Eves and Jody Jameson on the track right now.
Yeah, this one, like you mentioned, Gary, finished only 2.5 back. A Better Have My Money, who I think is certainly the one to beat, in the next elimination and maybe in the whole Battle of Waterloo, looking at it before the 2 eliminations get run. I really like this one's efforts. It hasn't broken through with a win yet, but both times against stiff competition and nearly $40,000 in the bank so far. 5-2 on the board. Not a terrible price on this one. Finally draws a decent post to work from. Probably the one to beat.
There's number 6, Bob Loblaw. You love this name. Me, not so much. But you're not announcing the race. Bob Loblaw is one that, beaten a length and a quarter last time out in 52. Came home really nicely. And Kenny Middleton Jr. seems to have himself a really nice one. This will be the 4th start. Robert Loblaw, your thoughts?
You know what? This one looks really good on the track, and I'd say right now off pre-race appearance, I'd say I'd go with Bob Loblaw over number 3, Aaron Wood-Eves. I love the way that Sylvan's buzzing this one around the half-mile surface here at Grand River Raceway, and it certainly looks like he'll be able to handle it.
Number 9, Came a Long Way. Might have been my top pick if this one had a spot on the gate. I do regard the 3 and 6. They're pretty nice ones, but Came a Long Way. The question will be the trailer post. Still getting a lot of love at 5-2.
Yeah, the trailer post was the big question mark for me as well. You don't know where this one's going to have to come from as a result of it. There might be some speed on the inside. I mean, there should be, but the problem is that I do think the more talented colts are, the middle part of the gate, and they'll probably be collapsing down on top of the ones on the inside. So I don't know. I had a hard time, figuring out where this one might land. So I did put this one in the 3rd spot. I'm just not so sure I'd be taking 5-2 on this one from the trailing post.
Certainly, if he can get a trip, he compares very nicely. That will be the point. But number 4, Sports Box, one that you used on your top 4, and raced from off the pace in the gold last race. Pretty nice 54-3 back half. Sports Box and Trevor Henry. Sports Box could be one that would race a little bit better than the odds, 8-1.
Yeah, I think so. There's one that, you asked me about one that might be a more unknown one or a longer one that might have a chance. And I thought this one, might off the last replay anyways. And, you got to like the fact, too, that, he was a winner in the first start of his career. And he did get interfered with in that effort as well. Came home in 27 seconds, to be victorious from post 10 at Mohawk Park on that occasion. I certainly think 9-1, isn't bad of a price on number 4 Sports Box. It might be worth a look.
And one that's offering a price, maybe not the pick to win, 13-1, but at least one to use, because oftentimes the one can stick around a piece and get a trip. They might go a little too much, but Century Inspector, I do believe, has the gate speed to be forwardly placed. And then we'll see if Dr. Ian Moore, who's certainly a very, very capable trainer, 403 training average, and trained the North American Cup winner at Tyler driving. Century Inspector at 13-1.
Yeah, and you keep in mind too, right? This one was 7-2 in his lifetime debut in an OSS Gold that was won by Better Have My Money. And last time a much bigger price from Post 8. Now you come back to the pole position. So 5-2 in the morning line, 13-1 on the board. Definitely an overlay right now. Number 1, Century Inspector. I do think there's some others in here that may have shown more so far in their career, but that's a pretty big price on a horse from the pole position that does show early speed.
Well, it is a field of 9 for the 4th race, and right now, 3 Aaron Wood Eves, our top pick, is sitting at 2-1. But a lot of love for 9 came a long way at 5-2, and then Bob Loblaw is 3-1. So we'll see how this 4th race, the first Battle of Waterloo elimination, unfolds as they are taking up their position. Century Inspector, Ron, Aaron Wood Eves on the inside. In the center, Sports Box, and Still Thirsty. To the outside, Bob Loblaw, Magical Arthur, and Nassau Hanover. The second tier came a long way. Field of 9, race number 4 on a beautiful Monday night at the river. It's a field of 9 for the 4th race. Field for the 4th race, the first Battle of Waterloo elimination, is nearing the start. And Still Thirsty makes a break in stride. Century Inspector, Sports Box is going to gun out. And then Ron and Aaron Wood Eves is into the front grouping now. Aaron Wood Eves continues to march. And on the inside, Century Inspector. It is Century Inspector. Aaron Wood Eves is racing second. And then down to the inside, third is Ron. And then Sports Box is on the pylons fourth now. And then Bob Loblaw is fifth. And then came a long way. Magical Arthur at Nassau Hanover. And Still Thirsty with that early break in stride. It is Century Inspector at 16-1 doing the work on the lead. And Aaron Wood Eves is right there in the pocket. And then third in line is Ron as they work around the turn, 27-4 the opening panel. Then fourth is Sports Box, and Bob Loblaw is racing fifth and then came a long way. And then Nassau Hanover and Magical Arthur, but they come off the turn. Century Inspector and Tyler Moore leads the charge up towards the half. Century Inspector by a length and a half. Aaron Wood Eves is right there in the pocket. And to the outside, Ron is moving now for Louis Bois. And then Sports Box is well spotted second over. Nassau Hanover is scooted up the inside to get within about 3 of the lead as they work into the backstretch. Bob Loblaw is third over and racing sixth. And then seventh has came a long way. Century Inspector has the lead as they work on down the backstretch up that 57-1/2. Ron on the outside trying to get to Century Inspector at 16-1, and Ron is 20-1, and now Sports Box is going to pull out 3 wide. Aaron Wood Eves is down to the inside, saving ground, but will need maybe the passing lane, and then it is Bob Loblaw, and Nassau Hanover and came a long way, has to come a long way, but is out 3 wide and is charging 3/4, 126-3. Century Inspector is going to take them to the top of the stretch and still has a lead. Aaron Wood Eves looks alive in the pocket. And on the outside, Ron on down the stretch drive. Century Inspector up the inside. Aaron Wood Eves. Century Inspector. Aaron Wood Eves is flying up the inside. Aaron Wood Eves motors up the passing lane to win it. And then it was Century Inspector and Ron. Mile of 1:55-1. That was an interesting dash. It looked like Aaron Wood Eves would make it up the passing lane, but I'll tell you, number 1 Century Inspector came a long, long way.
Yeah, Gary, the power of the last one we talk about, right? We always say that the one that we talk about last usually performs pretty well. And, Century Inspector, that's the one thing I did say about this one is that, this horse is going to be leaving out from the pole position. And the price was kind of monstrous when you take it all into consideration. I didn't put the horse in my top 4, but if I known the price, I might have. Obviously number 3, Aaron Wood Eves, though, getting the job done up the passing lane. I thought it looked very improbable turning for home, but this one had a nice turn of foot to get his nose in front, and now we'll be able to score the all-important position between 1 and 5 in the final.
Smart decision by Jody, because there was the problem if you sit there on the back of the 1 and the 1 Century Inspector doesn't race well enough, a bunch of good ones can go by you on the outside, and then it might end up being too late. But he elected to stay patient, and it worked out.
Yeah, definitely. And, Jody's no stranger to winning races here at Grand River Raceway, that's for sure. Even, especially in the Battle of Waterloo. And, I thought it was a really nice steer. Gave himself, the stretch drive to get there, and I think he knew the quality of horse he had, underneath him there. And 7-5, short price winner. But look at the Doc Moore horses landing in behind, both at double digits, and then Sports Box as well in the fourth spot.
And Ron raced better than you might have thought. 20 to 1 on the board. Ron did a lot of work.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. First over a long way and stuck around for the show spot.
It's a 3-1-2-4, finishing fifth. So interesting for part of the draw will be 8 to Nassau Hanover. But the inside four posts, 3-1-2-4. And coming back in front of us is number 3, Aaronwood Eves, a 2-year-old state treasure bay colt owned by Aaronwood Equine, Jeffrey Quachens, and Mart West Racing, Gabriella Sasso, the trainer. Jody Jamison, the green machine with the winning drive. It is the first win for Aaronwood Eves, 155-1. The fourth race payouts 3 Aaronwood Eves, 480, 310, 270. 1 Century Inspector, 890 and 570, and 2 Ron, 840. $2 Exactor, $3170 Try, $8220. Supervecta, 305.25. The fourth race order finish from the top, 231 498 756. That's 231 498 756.
All right, folks. Well, it's time for race number 5. It's the money leg in the pick 5, and I hope you're still alive because, wow, there's some big payouts up there. I am shocked to see that the lowest price one is just over $100 on number 4, Dream a Dream for me, and that's just for a 20-cent wager. So big payouts in our pick 5. If you're not alive, we'll get on the pick 3. It's the start of our pick 3 wager here in race number 5, and it's for fillies and mares claimers for a price tag of $7,000 on the pace. And I went to number 3, If You Knew Susie. And in the post-race analysis last time, Gary and I both noted that when If You Knew Susie draws inside again, we'd be jumping back on board. And I'm not going to go back on that because I don't want to regret it afterwards. Right now, 22-1 on If You Knew Susie. That price will not hold. That is kind of crazy right now because If You Knew Susie, if you go further down, was a rock-solid winner in back-to-back efforts from post 4 and 5. Got used really hard 2 back from post 7. Ended up finishing 4th. And last time, the line, looks really, kind of underwhelming from post 8. But, the interference that she suffered was actually significant. She was taken, actually to the inside, inside the pylons of the safety lane, and it was a significant interference that she suffered. So I'm going to number 3, If You Knew Susie, and I'd take her really at, I'd say, even 3-1 or higher, 22-1 on the board right now. That will not hold up. And for second, I went to number 4, Dream a Dream for me. Nice effort. First time for Bernard Wills last time. And Anthony Hahn, I thought, was, kind of had this one in hand at the wire, winning by a, margin of only 3/4 of a length. I think you need to respect this one's chances again tonight. And she's got a really big chance, 7-1. That price won't hold in this one either. Right now, everything's kind of inflated with number 7, Edam's Trauma, taking all the money right now, but that will change come post time. Number 5, Dry Creek Image, drops back down to the $7,000 level. She was successful, in here, picking up pieces, and, she was a winner here at Grand River on June the 14th, and an impressive one. I think that Dry Creek Image is one that also has a winning chance in here, 8-1 on the board. One you definitely have to use in your exotics, especially your trifecta and superfecta wager. And then for 4th, I went to number 2, Brienne the Beauty. A real impressive winner, 2 back, in for $7,000, and now back at that level, inside post, 15-1 now. Need to use this one in your exotics as well. But we'll come back and take a closer look at this dash with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 5th on parade. 1, Edam's Princess, Travis Henry for Scott Friend and Jeffrey Williamson. 2 is Brienne the Beauty. Rod Roche for Dolores Basilone and Brittany Dillon. And number 3, If You Knew Susie, Chalmers for Kyle Bossins and Daryl Newbiging. Number 4, Dream a Dream for me, Anthony Hahn for Bernard Wills and Evangelos Tesousis. 5 is Dry Creek Image, Austin Sorry for Joe Pereira. And number 6, Heartbeat and Sizzle, Nick Boyd for Bruno the Croach and Wayne Smith. And And number 7 is Edam's Drama. Travis calling for Michelle Bowen and Felix Racing. Number 8 is April Bandit. Scott Coulter for Paul Coulter. And 9 is Edam's Ellie. Brett and Oliver Taylor Fritz, and Brett is also sharing an ownership. Field of 9, race number 5. And, well, let's get a look at this field. We're going to start first up with our top one, both Rob and I. Number 3, If You Knew Susie. And I'll tell you, Rob, as soon as I looked at the program and saw post position 3, I knew who I was taking on top, and I had a pretty fair idea. I knew who you'd be taking on top. But I didn't know that we'd be sitting right now at 9-1. That shocks me now, 8-1.
Yeah, I can't imagine that holds up by post time. I'd be shocked if that happens. She looks really good on the track right now. She looks sharp. Her ears are up. Looks ready for a big effort. And, we know what we've seen from her in previous starts from inside posts. She goes to the front and really, laid a beating on a couple fields when she did draw inside. 2 starts back, used hard. And last time, Gary, the line doesn't do it justice because she suffered some big-time interference and was taken right out of it. Not saying she would have got a big piece of it, but she would have finished a lot better than what the line shows. I'm shocked at the price right now. If You Knew Susie was my clear top choice, as you said, as soon as I saw the entries.
I think she's the one to beat. There's one that you have as your second choice and my third. And I hope this horse does well because I butchered the owner's name. I think I'm just going to have to call him Mr. T because either that or I'm going to have to study up to pronounce his name more correctly. But sorry about that, Mr. T. Dream a Dream for Me and Anthony Hahn is one that should have a solid go of things here. Raced really well here last time out.
Yeah, definitely. And, right now moved into co-favoritism with our top selection, If You Knew Susie. I thought the effort was rock solid last time for Dream a Dream for Me. And, if I didn't kind of already have that thought of going in the direction If You Knew Susie, I might have went with this one on top because first start for Bernard Wills, and it was a real nice effort. And I think it's one to build on. I believe that Dream a Dream for Me is going to turn in another good performance tonight. 3-1 is probably a decent price.
There's number 5, Dry Creek Image. Austin Sorry with the catch drive for Joe Pereira. 6 out of 11 in the top 2 on the year. Now, the question mark will be made a break in the early going, but Austin Sorry has the catch drive here. And I'll tell you, if you disregard Austin Sorry's driving, you end up being sorry because he's really impressed me this year, and he's impressed you as well.
Oh, definitely. And, you look at this horse's lines and you see Austin Story's no stranger to this horse. If you go further down there, you see in 4 efforts, 3 in the top 2, and a real nice blowout win on June 14th when she won by 4 lengths. I think this one is kind of the X factor in the race because if you kind of throw it last time, making a break in stride and, certainly faced, more difficult foes, I think that you would say this one should be real competitive with this group. 7-1, I think, is an overlay on Dry Creek Image.
I don't know what really to make of To Brienne the Beauty because was really good here 2 races ago. Last race post position 2 and didn't leave from that favorable post position. But yet the way that she raced here 2 races ago, I had a hard time deciding what to do. I left this one off my top 4. You didn't.
Yeah, I didn't because, you look at the last effort, Mocking Beauty, came back and we saw that one win again here. I just think that, this is definitely an easier group. It kind of compares well with who she faced 2 starts back. And I'll be honest, that was jaw-dropping for me. When she won that effort, forget she was 36-1. She did it easy. She cruised past her rivals. And, if she ever finds that race again, it'll be tough to beat her. So I couldn't leave her out of my top 4. 8-1 on the board's a decent price. Working from post 2. Can't be too far out of it this time, though.
And we saw one, Edam's Princess, who battled first up and finished 3rd last time out. One that I used on the bottom of my ticket at 11-1. The field for race number 5 is moving up and taking their positions. It is a field of 9, and it is Edam's Princess and Brienne the Beauty on the inside with If You Knew Susie in the center. Dream a Dream for Me and Dry Creek Image to the outside. Heartbeat and Sizzle and Edam's Trauma and April Bandit. And the second tier, Edam's Ellie. It's a field of 9 for the 5th dash on a Monday night at the river. Here they come. It is post time. Giddy up. Field for the fifth is at the start of the rough. If you knew Susie, Dream a Dream for Me. Edam's Princess and Dry Creek Image as the field works on around that first turn. If you knew Susie has got the lead. Dream a Dream for Me is working on the outside, but now is going to slide into the pocket. Then it is Dry Creek Image in front of Edam's Princess, and then it is back to Edam's Ellie, and then further back to Heartbeat and Sizzle. Brienne the Beauty is seventh way, then Edam's Trauma and April Bandit. But right now it is If You Knew Susie and Tyler who's got the lead, but quickly popping. There goes Dry Creek Image to move right now. And on the inside third is Dream a Dream for Me. If You Knew Susie, Dry Creek Image is going to threaten first up. Dream a Dream for Me, a little rough there, trying to stay on stride. And then Edam's Princess is racing fourth, and then a gap of a couple as they race their way off the turn. Edam's Ellie is racing position fifth, and now Dry Creek Image was able to tuck into the pocket on the back of If You Knew Susie, who leads them up to the half and is on fire right now off a 27-4 opening quarter, 56 seconds flat the halftime. And it is If You Knew Susie who's got the lead. Racing second, Dry Creek Image, and then Dream a Dream for Me. Racing third into the backstretch. On the outside, Edam's Princess. On the inside, Heartbeat and Sizzle. Edam's Ellie is sent out three wide, but still about seven off the lead, but is closing now. And then it is back to Brienne the Beauty and Edam's Trauma and April Bandit. But it is If You Knew Susie as they hustle on to three quarters. That lead right now is about three. Dry Creek Image is racing second. Edam's Ellie is advanced up to third. And then racing for this Dream a Dream for Me, and Heartbeat and Sizzle. Brienne the Beauty is racing sixth, but still has a lot of closing work to do. But If You Knew Susie, as they turn for home, well, Susie is racing really well and leads it by about three or four. On down the stretch drive they come. If You Knew Susie is striding out strongly at the finish and is going to take it under wraps, and then Dry Creek Image, and then it was Edam's Ellie, and Heartbeat and Sizzle was close with Dream a Dream for Me fourth, 155-3. Rob, we thought we knew Susie, and we were right. We did.
Yeah, that's the Susie that we certainly knew before, Gary. And you go back to those, those lines 3 and 4 down. That's what she just did again. I mean, this shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. Two starts back, like we said, post 7, got away, well off the gate. I mean, it's very hard to leave out from there. Faded to fourth. Last time got interfered with. Post 3 today, there really could only be one game plan, and she executed it to perfection with Tyler Moore.
Yeah, it looked so very, very strong by Tyler Moore with If You Knew Susie. I thought it was interesting that Austin Surrey was able to tuck in at the half. I thought maybe Dry Creek Image would be able to mount a later challenge, but there were no challengers that were going to have any piece of If You Knew Susie.
No, not at all. I mean, it was certainly her race today, and that's what we saw in those 2 wins prior. Definitely, we always talk about the post position game here at Grand River Raceway. It's something you have to handicap for, and today, like you said, and we both said, as soon as we saw the entries, we don't have to see really the rest of the field. We know that she's one that you need to, put on top in drawing that inside post. And I thought the Dry Creek Image raced pretty well, put in the first over spot, got a little bit lucky to drop in the 2-hole there. Nice price on that one with Austin Sorey, and then Edam's Ellie finishing third.
Yeah, Brett McDonald was able to move Edam's Ellie nicely. One thing I noted, the number 4, Dream a Dream for Me, looked a little rough there past the opening quarter, but still was able to stay on stride.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, I didn't really see where that one ended up finishing, but one to look up next time for sure.
Back in front of us, the winner of race number 5, it is number 3, If You Knew Susie, a 6-year-old Yankee Cruiser Bay mare owned by Daryl Newbegin. Kyle Bossons, the trainer. Tyler Moore is the winning driver. It's the 3rd win this year and the 14th lifetime. If You Knew Susie, 155-3. That is a new career best. The 5th race payouts, number 3. If You Knew Susie. Wow. So up on the rigging, we don't even have the prices yet. The fifth race payouts. Number 3, If You Knew Susie, 760, 390, 345. Dry Creek Image, 570 and 510 and 9. Edam Zelly, 910. $2 exactor, $53. Dollar try, 316.55. A 20-cent super, $810.98. Numbers 3, 5, 9, and 6. Ka-ching! And the pick 5, 5 of 5, 1,000, 85.60. A dollar ticket. The fifth race. Order finish from the top. 961-524-783. That's 961-524-783.
I just All right, folks. Well, it is time for race number 6. It is our super high five. So start mapping out your winning wagers for that one. It's the money leg of the pick four, but more than all that, it is our second elimination for the Battle of the Bells. The top four will make it to the final here on Industry Day, as well as one fifth place finisher. And the winner of the race will draw post between post positions 1 and 5. And well, folks, if you saw the pregame show, I talked about Rene Barrasa's 2-year-old fillies, and I loved that smile. But I equally love, if not more love, number 6, Do It for Josie. I think that she might even be the better of the two that he's got in the Battle of the Bells. But after seeing the previous one's performance, I might be wrong about that. But I'm a big fan of number 6, Do It for Josie, and the price right now is a wild one at 8-1. I thought that she was a rock solid winner on July the 6th at Georgian Downs. Easiest kind of winner in that grassroots race. And then last time, probably just too far out of it. Overland Journey. I know now she gets back in on more of a regular rotation. I think Do It for Josie is a real nice one here, and I'm loving that price of 8-1. I would have ranked her ahead of Love That Smile in my rankings, and I thought that, again, I said she's probably the outsider because she's going to get overlooked, but I like number 6, Do It for Josie, as my top selection, and I think she's got a big chance in the final, assuming everything goes well tonight. For second, I did go to number 2, Let Me Be Me. And, well, the big reason is post position advantage and, early speed. This one made the front from the 10-hole, 2 back at Mohawk Park. And I don't think Trevor Henry's going to be giving up too many spots, from this inside post position today, as he's going to want to ensure they lock down a spot in the final. And I think that this one's got a big chance to win as well. 6-1's a big price on number 2, Let Me Be Me. And then in for third, I went to number 5, Warwe Expat. Big effort last time from post 9, left out. And, got the 2-hole early, then moved to the lead and won by a wide margin in the grassroots. 4-1 on the board on this one you definitely have to consider. And then I went to number 3, Speak Your Mind, a winner in OSS Gold on July the 2nd, finished second last time to Fade Out, who I actually did not put in my top 4 and is getting hammered right now. Now up to 2-1 on number 7, Fade Out. But this one, number 3, Speak Your Mind, raced well in defeat to give you half a length to that one last time in a OSS grassroots gold race at Georgian Downs on July the 18th. Fade Out was the winner on that occasion. Post 7, though, difficult spot here at Grand River Raceway. Did make the lead from the 7-hole there at Georgian Downs. Easier, though, on that 5/8 surface. So I certainly, don't want to just discount Fade Out's prospects in here. I see many of the handicappers like me did not use her in the top 4, but I just think the post is going to be really difficult for this one. So I left Fade Out of my top 4, and I am going to stick with number 6, Do It for Josie, as my top selection, and hoping this price of 5-1 holds up. I think she's a nice filly. We'll come back and talk about this elimination for the Battle of the Bells after the post parade with Gary Guy.
Field for the 6th race on parade, the Battle of the Bells, second elimination one. Big better head over Mike Saftig for John Pentland and Jack Darling Stables and John McClure. Number 2, Let Me Be Me, Trevor Henry for Bob McIntosh and Al McIntosh. Number 3, Speak Your Mind, Talibor for Dr. Ian Moore and Frank Cannon. 4 is Darby O'Gill, Sylvain Fillon for Jacques Dupont. 5 is Warwick Expat, Jody Jameson for Gabriela Sasso and Jeffrey Kuchens and Mart West Racing. Number 6, Do It for Josie Louis Watt for Rennie Barras and Gilles Cowett. And 7, Fado Doug McNair for Greg McNair and Dean Lockhart and McKinley and Fielding. And number 8 is scratched. It's a field of 7 for the 6th race. Let's get a look at this field. Well, we're going to start with number 6, Do It for Josie. And Rob, I knew you had to take this one on top after all the love that you've been heaping on her for a while now. In fact, I think you might have such an affection for Do It for Josie, you might have taken her over Fan Hanover or Alimony if those two were in here. Do It for Josie. Better do it for Rob.
Yeah, I've been talking about this one a lot, especially in form references to qualifiers and races. And listen, I thought her qualifiers were fantastic. I think many have come out of her qualifiers to race well, as well. July 6th, rock solid winner at Georgian Downs. Gary, you saw that effort last time. I was a little bit disappointed in the result, but I think the effort was still a solid one for Do It for Josie. And you know what? I think the price right now is pretty good at 7-1. That's a lot higher than I think she should be. Now, post 6 might be difficult. I'm hoping, no matter what, that she makes the final and then gets a good post, next time, because I think that, her and her stablemate might be two of the ones to beat in the whole Battle of the Bells.
And she presented really nicely on the track as well. Looked pretty up and ready to race. There is number 2, Let Me Be Me, the one the fans think is the best, and is my top pick. And I like the way that last race in the grassroots, although comfortably in command, did come home in 27-4, whether she needed to or not. So Let Me Be Me, 2 wins in 4 starts, gets to start towards the inside. We'll see just how much gate speed she flashes. But Trevor Henry has certainly been winning his share of races, and also he's one that has won a lot over this track.
Yeah, definitely. You know what? I don't think he'll be giving up too many spots with this one. I don't know if she's got that, big-time snap off the gate, but she showed it 2 starts back from the 10-hole when she made the lead. Last time got away 5th, then moved, to the front end after that. I thought both efforts, both victories were very impressive. Last time against Grassroots Company, I think that she's the deserving favorite right now, but like I said, I'm going to stick with, who I'm sticking with, Do It for Josie on top.
Really? Number 5, Warwick Expat and Jody Jameson. Now, this is a one that also left it really well from an outside post and went to the front past the quarter. So maybe this one's also going to be flying early. Definitely has enough overall ability to put a pretty big show, decent showing on here. And Jody Jameson looking to get another one home tonight in the eliminations. Number 5, Warwick Expat.
Yeah, you know what? I'm a little bit surprised the price discrepancy between this one, and number 2, Let Me Be Me, because the lines are, very similar. And I thought the win for this one last time was, I would say, equally as impressive. I guess post has a big part of it here, but 8-5 versus 5-1, you might want to land on this one if you're kind of torn between the two. Same connections that we saw earlier. Winning one of the eliminations for the Battle of Waterloo. I think Warwick Expat's got a big chance in here. 5-1 seems like a pretty big price.
Number 3, Speak Your Mind, and Tyler Moore looking also to get a second win, and did finish in front of Do It for Josie last time out. That's certainly a measuring stick. Speak Your Mind also was able to win a gold the start before that. So Speak Your Mind and Dr. Ian Moore for Tyler Moore. This one definitely has a shot. 4-1.
Yeah, you know what, inside post too, right? Might be trying to leave out with Let Me Be Me, and maybe trying to get spotted for a favorable trip. 4-1 on the board, not bad for a horse that was a winner at first asking in the OSS Gold race, and then came right back to finish second, beating half a length last time. So I think Speak Your Mind's probably an overlay at 4-1, and there's the money's kind of getting spread out right now among everyone except the rail horse, Big Better Hanover.
And there is 7, Fade Out. The measuring stick beat Speak Your Mind and Do It for Josie last time out. That was post 7 at Georgian Downs.
Yeah, it just came down to post for me. Post 7 at Georgian is a little bit easier than post 7 here at Grand River Raceway. Might have a chance to make the final. Listen, I'd be surprised if this one was able to get to the lead and do it. She did last time, but hey. Doug McNair has done that many times before, so I probably shouldn't be doubting him.
Well, the field for the sixth race taking up their positions. The fans have made number 2, Let Me Be Me, the favorite right now at 7-5. And Rob is on Do It for Josie. He needs that filly to do it for Robbie. It's a field of 7. Big better Hanover, Let Me Be Me on the inside. In the center, Speak Your Mind and Darby O'Gill and Warwick Expat to the outside. Do It for Josie and Fade Out. The second elimination for the Battle of the Bells. They have reached the top of the stretch. And here they come. The field for the sixth race is at the start of the ROV. And Let Me Be Me and Speak Your Mind. And Warwick Expat is charging. And Let Me Be Me, rough gated and off stride as the field works their way on into the backstretch. And it is Speak Your Mind. And now charging is Warwick Expat. Warwick Expat has come on and taken the lead. Speak Your Mind is second. Big better Hanover third, about 5 or 6 off the lead. Do It for Josie is doing it fourth right now, but is about 9 or 10 lengths off the lead. Then Darby O'Gill and Fado. Field is spread out to the opening quarter. Warwick Expat and Double J's got a lead right now, and that lead is about 2 1/4. Speak Your Mind is racing second. Big better Hanover third. And now Do It for Josie is closing up the gap and racing fourth and is about 5 lengths off the lead, 27-4 is that opening quarter. They roll on towards us. Darby O'Gill is currently racing position to 5th. And they come on past us, and then back in 6th right now is Fade Out, and that early break from Let Me Be Me. They race to the half in 58-1, a 30-2 second panel breather. Warwick Expat and Speak Your Mind is racing second. Big better Hanover is third, and then Do It for Josie on the inside is racing fourth, and then Darby O'Gill and Fade Out. They work on down the backstretch, and Warwick Expat leads still, and Jody sitting still in the bike with Warwick Expat. That is Speak Your Mind, who's up a little closer and is going to pop into the pocket right now. Then Big Better Hanover's moving up on the inside on the back of Warwick Expat, and then Darby O'Gill is racing forward. Do It for Josie on the outside, and Fado to the inside. They're dueling for the top of the stretch. Warwick Expat now sprinting, leads it by a length and a half, 3/4, 127-2, and Speak Your Mind is racing second, but not coming to Warwick Expat right now. And on the inside, Big Better Hanover, late push from Darby O'Gill. It is going to be Warwick Expat to win it. Speak Your Mind was second, then Big Better Hanover, and Do It for Josie won 55-4. Warwick Expat got a breather coming to the half, 58-1, and then looked really, really good at the top of the stretch and home.
Yeah, that's what we kind of saw last time from this one at Mohawk Park, and that's what I was, kind of mentioning before the race, is that if you were looking at the two horses that were taking the money, Let Me Be Me and Warwick Expat, I'd say that the variance between the two prices, you'd have to go with Warwick Expat, because that effort, I would say, ranks as good as Let Me Be's last one, and then this would certainly show on the track here tonight and getting the job done for Jody Jamieson. Do It for Josie. I'm just going to say it was an adventurous journey. I think she did get fourth, so I hope that she's going to be headed towards the final. If she did land in that spot, I just don't think that trip was ever going to work out tonight.
Yeah, she was fourth, and then number 4, Darby O'Gill, was able to finish 5th. So Do It for Josie. Well, we'll have another chance next week to do it for Robbie. But Let Me Be, with that early break, really changed the complexion of things.
Yeah, it definitely changed the complexion of the race, and we don't really know how these youngsters are going to, fare in these moments. And, here over the half-mile service for the first time as well. So, obviously, it's unfortunate for the connections of that one, but Warwick Expat with a nice effort to win. And then Speak Your Mind, one that we kind of talked about being a big overlay on the board, race well to be second.
And then we get to number 1, Big Better Hanover at 30-1. Moved up nicely to 3/4 in behind Warwick Expat, and then was able to stick for third. Do It for Josie and Darby O'Gill. That's the high five, but Warwick Expat was outstanding. Coming back in front of us is the winner of race number 6, the second Battle of the Bells elimination. It's number 5, Warwick Expat, a 2-year-old sports rider bay filly, owned by Jeffrey Corchens in Mart West Racing Stable, trained by Gabriella Sasso, the training double, and it is the driving double for the Green Machine. Jody Jamison's second win in just 3 starts. Warwick Expat 155-4. The 6th race payouts 5 Warwick Expats, 744.20 and 360. Number 3, Speak Your Mind for $83 and 1 big better Hanover 1010. $2 exactor, $31.70 Tribe, $94.60. The dollar win for $118.75. 20-cent high five, $552.19. The 6th race order of finish from the top, 362-5147. That's 362-5147.
All right, folks. Well, the night's just flying by. We've got both eliminations for the Battle of Bells in the books. We got one more to come for the Battle of Waterloo and race number 8. But first, race number 7. It's the start of the late pick 4. So map out your winning wagers for that. And this is for filly and mares on the pace, non-winners of 15,000 life. And I did go to number 4, Twin B Beach Dreams, who was a winner 2 starts back on July the 13th at Mohawk Park and was an easy winner by more than 3 lengths at a nice price. Last time, tried similar tactics, went to the front, but probably went a little too fast to the half, 55-1 over a track that was a second off. And I don't know, I think this looks like a really nice spot for number 4, Twin B Beach Dreams. And she gets her pilot and Trevor Henry here to drive her as well. And I would say 7-2 is a really nice price right now on number 4, Twin B Beach Dreams. And you know, I would say that 2 starts back, that field stacks up pretty decently against this one here tonight. And you know, I'm pretty sure she should be pointed towards the lead off the wings of the gate. And for second, I went to number 1, Patina Sealster. Huge effort from this one. First start for Craig Gilmore on July the 12th. That was her most recent start. She went to the front from post 5 and never looked back, won by 2 lengths under the wire. You know, now has not raced, though, in 2 weeks, but certainly her new connections seem to have figured her out. She's a horse of a different color and always shown some ability and put it all together on July the 12th for a nice victory. You need to consider her, that's for sure, especially from that pole position spot. She should be firing out early, that's for sure. And then in for the third spot, I went to number 5, I'm Diabolical. Big time win, 2 starts back. And, you know, has won twice now with Travis Cullen aboard. Last time moved up to this level, did finish a nice second, and one you need to really keep in mind in your exotics, especially at a price of 11-1. And then in for the fourth spot, number 7, Better Kiss the Men, was a winner, you know, at this level, 2 starts back, and then finished second in the Prospect Series at Dresden last time, but will have to overcome the 7-hole, which is always difficult here at Grand River Raceway. But the horses are making their way out onto the track. We'll come back and take a closer look at this first leg of the late pick 4 with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the 7th on Parade 1, Patina Sealster, Scott Culver, Craig Gilmore. Number 2, Brydown Better Be, Nick Boyd for Kendall Ron and Brydown Farms. Number 3 is Lady Katie B, Jody Jamieson for Paul Cameron and Jamie Cameron and TJ Stable. Number 4 is Twin B Beach Dreams, Trevor Henry for Shane Barrington and Katrina Barrington. 5 is I'm Diabolical, Travis Cullen for Brenda Duncan and David Duncan. Number 6 is Sporty, Sylvan Filia for Joe Pereira. And number 7, Better Kiss the Man, Robert Shepard for Isabel Darfo. Number 8 is Century Gala, Mike Safdie for John Pentland. And 9, Ms. Megan Sparkle, Chalmore for Mark McCormick and Megan McCormick. Field of 9, race number 7. Rob, I think this is a really interesting race to handicap. There's a lot of horses that have a chance to win in here. Whoever you leave off the ticket, there's a 2 or 3 that you might have to leave off, or at least a couple that you don't really want to leave off. But there's number 4, Twin Beach Dreams. Not only did you not leave this one off, but you put her on top. The question will be the blinkers to open bridle. What do you think is going on with that change?
Well, I mean, I'm hoping still we're going to see this one move forward off the gate, but you know, if she does not, you know, go forward off the gate, because that is a change that would suggest maybe they don't want to have her fired up behind the gate tonight. I still think she might be good enough to, you know, to beat this group. I thought the effort 2 starts back was a real nice one, and she's got a big time excuse in her latest because I think that you know, it was just too hot of an early pace for her to sustain. And I certainly think that in coming to this spot here, the connections, are coming here to get the best result they can. And at 3-1 on the board right now, Gary, I think that's the value in the race.
If number 4 Twinbee Beach Dreams is not the one that makes it to the front, it's most likely 1 Patina Sealster, Scotty Coulter, and Craig Gilmore. They had this one fired up, this filly, last time out. Looked really, really good and presents well on the track right now. Patina Sealster 7-5, getting a lot of love, and understandably so, from the inside on the half-mile track.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. I mean, she should be the early speed pushing out. I'm hoping the Twinbee Beach Dreams can, hopefully come around that one, or maybe drop in behind her. Patina Sealster's been one that's always had early speed, and last time she put it all together for New Connections, for trainer Craig Gilmore. Missed a week in between starts. And moving up in class, we don't want to overlook that. I mean, now winners of 5,000 lives and now winners of 15,000 lives is still a pretty significant step up the ladder. Even money would be too short for me, but I certainly respect this one's chances.
There's one of those horses that I left off my ticket that I really was worried about leaving off. 5, I'm Diabolical. Travis Cullen seems to have the key with this mare. 2 wins and a second in the 3 times that he has driven this horse. And I'm Diabolical is 6-1 right now.
Yeah, we noted after that race last time that this is one to watch for next time, because it was another really nice effort, and came back up to this level after winning at the level below it 2 starts back, and it was a nice effort to be the runner-up to Better Kiss the Men. Post 5 tonight. I don't know if that'll really bother this one too much. Has tactical speed. 6-1 on the board's a big price, and like you said, Travis Cullen always gets the best out of this mare.
One that's tough to leave off the ticket, despite the post position, is 7 Better Kiss the Men. 7 out of 9 in the top 2. Even tough to leave off the exactor ticket, but 22-1. That's the post position speaking more than anything, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, even though the post position is a tough one, I think that price is too big. You go back 2 starts back, was a winner, in this class, and was a impressive winner. Now got to the lead from post 2. That's probably not going to happen from post 7 tonight, but followed it up with a decent effort to be second last time. I don't know. This is one that tonight, I think, if the race ever falls apart in the front end, Better Kiss the Men might be the one that is the beneficiary of it. And 21-1 is too big of a price.
There's the horse that I used for second, and you left off your ticket. As I mentioned, we have to leave some off. Number 3, Lady KDB. I liked the effort at Georgian Downs 2 races ago, and then came back to win at Dresden last time out. Lady KDB is an improving filly.
Yeah, definitely. And you get Jody Jameson tonight, which we've already seen him find the winner's circle twice. So that certainly will only help her chances. And, the winning effort last time was a nice one. 7-1 on the board. I thought this one might take more support. Like you said, you can't really pick them all. I didn't put this one in my top 4, but, she almost made the cut in the lower spots.
And number 2, Brydown Better Be, and Nick Boyd, one that's coming in off of back-to-back wins and has gate speed and an inside post, but so many horses to like in here. He's getting left off at 19-1.
Yeah, the price is kind of crazy, isn't it? Off 2 wins, 19-1. It's a wild price on one that can maybe find the pylons and just try to hide out to get a piece of it.
Field for race number 7, checking up positions. It'll be Patina Sealster on the inside with Brydown Better Be and Lady Katie B. In the center, Twinbee Beach Dreams and I'm Diabolical. To the outside, Sporty, Better Kiss the Men and Century Gala. And the second tier, Ms. Megan Sparkle. Right now, the favorite at 6-5 on the board on the inside, 1 Patina Sealster. The 7th race, fillies and mares, into the stretch drive. Gathering speed approaching the start. They're at the start of the route. Patina Sealster comes flying out. Twinbee Beach Dreams, and I'm Diabolical. Lady KDP, Ms. Megan Sparkle from the second tier. Patina Sealster, Ms. Megan Sparkle. I'm Diabolical, still charging on the outside. Lady KDP is racing position 4th, and then Brydown Better Be. Twinbee Beach Dreams is back there in 6th, and then it is Sporty and Better Kiss the Men and Century Gala. And now I'm Diabolical is going to come on and clear to the lead as they race past that opening opening quarter. And racing, filling the pocket. Bettina Silster elected to stay on the inside. Lady Katie B to the outside, and Ms. Megan Sparkle made a break in stride. Lady Katie B is going to step up and challenge I'm Diabolical. Bettina Silster on the inside. 27-3 is the opening quarter. And racing for his Bryden Better Be as they race their way off the turn. And the field comes on towards us. Leading the way as I'm Diabolical. I'm Diabolical. Then Lady Katie B is challenging first over. Bettina Silster is third. Bryden Better Be. Twin B Beach Dreams now is moving up second over. Then it is Sporty and Better Kiss the Men as the field works their way on into the backstretch. And then further back is Century Gala. 57 seconds to halftime. And I'm Diabolical has the lead. That lead is about 2. Bettina Silter second. There goes Twin B Beach Dreams and is loaded her bear on the outside and is closing hard. Better Kiss the Men is kicking on as well and is out 3 wide. And it is Twin B Beach Dreams who gets by I'm Diabolical rather easily. Twin B Beach Dreams and then Better Kiss the Men. Bettina Silter is backed away badly and now taking second. Better Kiss the Men. And then it is I'm Diabolical, Lady Katie B and Century Gallup. Twin B Beach Dreams is surfing at the top of the stretch. It is Better Kiss the Men who's second. They come on down the stretch drive, and Twin B Beach Dreams cruising at the finish to win it for Trevor Henry. Then Better Kiss the Men and Sporty and Century Gala. 156 flat. Twin B Beach Dreams. You had this one pegged right, Rob.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised this horse didn't get more respect in the odds board. You know what, though? Nice adjustment by Trevor Henry. You know, they went to the, open bridle, but the plan was not to race him off the pace originally. He did try to leave out with this one and then saw the early speed and took this filly, off the pace. And boy, even gapped out a little bit. And then I think he just wanted to have that one big run to circle them, and that's what he did. Real nice effort from Twin B Beach Dreams. I figured that her effort 2 starts ago would make her the best in here. Really nice steer, though, by Trevor Henry to win by a wide margin.
Finishing second was a nice closing effort from Better Kiss the Men. And we mentioned that Better Kiss the Men has been making the top 2 at a large amount at a nice price, and did manage to hit the exactor ticket again at 16-1.
Yeah, nice price on that one, and I was shocked that the horse didn't get much respect. I put the horse in for 4th, thinking that the race wouldn't fall apart that badly in the front end, but still a nice effort from Better Kiss the Men to finish second. And oddly enough, Gary, someone did message me on Twitter tonight and asked me who were my 2 best bets. The first one I gave them was Love That Smile, and the second one I gave them was Twin B Beach Dreams. So, we didn't discuss that in the pre-show, but at least I got it out there to someone on Twitter.
Well, pretty impressive considering how hot you were earlier. I mean, you managed to overcome the heat and find a couple of winners there. 4, 7, 6, 8. Look at that. 35-1 and 80-1. Century Gala to round out the ticket. Back in front of us is number 4, Twin B Beach Dreams, a 3-year-old Some Beach Somewhere Bay filly, owned by Katrina Barrington, trained by Shane Barrington. Trevor Henry, the winning drive. It is the second win for Twin B Beach Dreams, second in 3 starts and second lifetime. Mile of 156 flat. And a nice shot of Kingston Henry down in the winner's circle as well. How you doing, Kingston? The 7th race of mutual prices for Twin B Beach Dreams, $7.30, $5.30, and $4. And 7 Better Kiss the Men, $10 and $4.70, and 6 Sporty, $7.90. Dollar pick 3, 3 of 3, $63.55. The $2 exactor, $118.40 try, $771.25. 20 cents superfecta, $1,715.02. Ka-ching. The seventh race. Order of finish from the top, 957-163-248. That's 957-163-248.
All right, folks. Well, it's time for race number 8, and it's going to be our final elimination of the evening, and this one will complete the entrance for the Battle of Waterloo, and I'm excited about that. And if you are on track tonight, well, listen, you're going to want to check out the post-position draw following this race, and it's going to be held outside the new betting lounge on the patio at Grand River Raceway. So make your way over there, and you can check out the draw live and in person for what's going to be a fantastic pair of races here on Industry Day. But let's look at this second elimination of the Battle of Waterloo. And well, I am firmly in the corner of number 2, Better Have My Money for Millar Farms and trainer Nick Gallucci. James McDonald aboard. He has been a ultra impressive winner in both of his lifetime starts that came at the OSS Gold level. And I certainly think that he's not just the one to beat in this elimination. He's the one to beat in the Battle of Waterloo. And that's before this race even been run. Look at all the handicappers here at Grand River Raceway. Everyone agrees they put number 2, Better Have My Money, on top. And right now, even money. I'm kind of surprised that he's not something to 5 because I really thought he would be taking a lot more support than that. But there's still time because I do think Better Have My Money will be the odds-on favorite and overwhelming favorite come post time. And for second, number 5, Stu's Watching. We saw this one in a grassroots race here on July the 19th, made a break off the gate and then recovered well to still win by open lengths. Rock solid effort by this colt trained by Doc Moore, driven by Sylvain Filion. And I do think that Stu's Watching is likely the next best in here, but is going to have to mind his manners and be at his absolute best to stay with number 2, Better Have My Money. And for third, I put number 6, I'm King Khan. A last time finished 4th after getting roughed up a little bit early on in an OSS Gold event. Time before that, he had too much work to do. I do think from post 6, might have some work to do again tonight, but I do like this one's prospects to make the final, not necessarily get himself into the winner's circle in this elimination. And then in for the 4th spot, I did go to number 1, Alliance Pride, another one that made a miscue in the grassroots last time and ended up, finishing second to My Blueberry Buck, who I think was going to win that race anyways, but still a decent effort by number 1, Alliance Pride last time. And does get Louis-Philippe Roy from the pole position tonight, 16-1 on that one. And there is the money now for number 2, Better Have My Money, down to 1-5. That's the price I expected this one to be. I certainly think he's the one to beat. I'd rank him as the number 1 2-year-old in all of Ontario, maybe even beyond. I've been super impressed by his efforts so far. But, the top 4 in finishers in this race will advance to the final, along with 1 5th-place finisher, and the winner will get the opportunity to draw a post between 1 and 5, which is obviously of the utmost importance in that final a week from today on Industry Day in the Battle of Waterloo. Again, you can check out the post position draw for the Battle of the Bells and the Battle of Waterloo following this race outside the new betting lounge on the patio. The horses are now coming onto the track for this second and final elimination. We'll come back and discuss the race a little further with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 8th race on parade. 1, Lions Pride. Louis Bois for Anthony Beaton and 3 Lions Racing. Number 2, Better Have My Money. James Madonna for Nick Galucci and Miller Farms. Number 3, hashtag Watch Me. Doug McNair for Scott McEnany and Joe Tinelli. Number 4, Twin Bee Raptor. Trevor Henry for Wayne McKean and Capers 3 Stable. And number 5 is Stu's Watching. Sylvan Filia for Dr. Ian Moore and Ratchford Stable. Number 6, I'm King Khan. Jody Jameson for Dr. Ian Moore and Princeton Farms and Joanne McComb and Dr. Ian Moore and Dale Spence. And number 7 is Sports Section. Colin Kelly for Jared Bacon and Dale Kerr. 8 is Dream Fair. Arnie B. Randy Waples for Bobby Joe Weinhold Harris and John Lamers. And 9 is Stone Carver, Mike Saftig for Anthony Beaton and Robert Bridges. Field of 9, race number 8, the second elimination of the Battle of Waterloo. Number 2, Better Have My Money is 2-5. The money is down. We expected that to Rob. The one thing I'm curious to watch in the early going is just how much number 2, Better Have My Money will leave, because so far we haven't seen a big amount of gate speed. But look at when you can come home in 26-3 in that gold. Better Have My Money is the best one in here, but I'm interested to see how well he gets off the gate.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen it. Some horses too don't necessarily translate over to the half-mile service. I think Better Have My Money will be fine. But again, yeah, it's interesting, right? Because we know how important the lead has been, here tonight in the other eliminations, or at least being close to the pace. I certainly think he's going to have to be, forwardly placed. But it might not matter. 1-2 on the board, tough one to bet to win. But I certainly think he's much the best in here.
Number 5, Stu's Watching, is the one that you had to expect would be the second bet on the board, and is. The question there is, made a break early last time. How steady will Sylvan have this one, and will he race a little more cautiously at the start, just knowing that he has to make the final, and then maybe not be a top 2 finisher just because he might be more careful?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because last time, this one, did make that miscue and then went on to be such an easy winner. But what's kind of the thought process tonight, like you just mentioned, Gary? Because you certainly don't want to squander any hope of making the final by making another miscue again. And, I think that, this one does kind of Stu's Watching figures to be one that's going to be forwardly placed, maybe even sent to the lead. But, that might not be the case when, the main objective tonight is to finish in the top 4.
Well, Jody Jameson already has a horse in each of the 2 finals, the Colts and the Fillies, for next week. But he's got one in here that isn't getting any love, 21-1, but is getting enough love for you to make the final your third choice. I think this might be one that's going to leave a little bit despite post position 6.
Yeah, we've seen the Doc Moore horses, pretty interested off the gate. Now, granted, the other ones did have post 1 and 2. They're a far cry from that here in post 5 and 6. Both, though, Stu's Watching and I'm King Kong, both have speed. Now, if they both leave out, they might actually hurt each other's chances. So it'll be interesting to see how this one's handled off the gate. But I certainly think 22-1 is probably too big of a price. I don't think, a win candidate, but one you can certainly use underneath.
And there is one, Lions Pride. And you mentioned that a break early, July the 19th. We had one July the 19th. Stu's Watching make a break and win. And I thought when Lions Pride broke, don't tell me we're going to get it again. And raced really well to come on and finish second. My Blueberry Buck was tons of the best, but still really credible second.
Yeah, it was. And, I was actually taking a stand against Lions Pride that evening, and I was even impressed by that effort because, his break and stride took him a little further out of it than Stu's Watching was, and he still recovered nicely after being overland much of the mile to finish second. So I think that this one raced well enough to merit respect in here, to hit the ticket, 12-1 on the board, pole position. That post is so important. We know that, Gary, and 13-1 might be the right price on Lions Pride.
Of course, the problem when you made a break from post 1 last time out is you're trying to figure out, well, how much can I leave with him? But Louis Bois is certainly a capable driver.
Oh, for sure, absolutely. And I think that if anyone could get a horse off the gate, it's Louis Philippe Bois. I wouldn't be surprised if this one's, trying to, hold position from that pole position to, try to land a two-hole to someone. Because I think if that one gets covered up, that probably would certainly help his chances immensely.
We mentioned the value on number 6, I'm King Kong at 21 to 1, but probably even a better value because of post 3 is number 3, hashtag Watch Me, 22 to 1, and was second to Stu's Watching. It was a solid performance here.
Yeah, definitely. And I was actually another one that caught my eye in finishing second. I wasn't really high on that one in his latest in the grassroots race, but did finish a nice second as Stu's Watching. Certainly one that can hit the ticket tonight. 22 to 1's not a bad price if you want to use on the bottom end of the exotics.
We'll talk about a price that is not good. 1 to 2, better have my money. The tote board tells the story. We'll see if that story unfolds as the players expect. Our top pick, 1 to 2. Lions Pride, better have my money, and hashtag Watch Me on the inside of the center. Twinbee, Raptor, and Stu's Watching to the outside. I'm King Kong, Sports Section, and Dreamfair Arnie B in the second tier, Stone Carver. It's a field of 9 for the 8th race, second Battle of Waterloo elimination. And they're at the start of the rough. Lions Pride, better have my money, is leaving. I'm King Kong, isn't going to monkey around and is leaving, but now may have to take back, is about 4 or 5 wide, and it is better have my money, who's come on to get the lead. Twinbee Raptor is racing now, charging up on the outside, and also coming Stu's Watching is racing third. Lions Pride is fourth, and I'm King Kong continues to drive on the outside as well. And then a Stone Carver, Dream for Arnie B, hashtag Watch Me, and Sports Section is trailing the field, and it is right now Twinbee Raptor who's got the lead, but now better have my money is looking to bounce up and take the lead from Twinbee Raptor, and then it is I'm King Kong who found a seat to the inside third, and Stu's Watching is racing fourth and is going to come to the outside first over 27 and 4 the opening quarter. Better have my money has got the front. Twinbee Raptor is right there in the pocket. Here comes Stu's Watching working first over. I'm King Kong is down to the inside, and now Dream for Arnie B advancing second over. Then I'm King Kong is fifth on the inside. 57 and 1 is the halftime. Then it is Stone Carver, part of the outer flow. Lions Pride is on the inside, seventh. Sports Section, hashtag Watch Me, is watching the ball. In front of him, they race on down the backstretch. Better have my money. At 2 to 5 has the lead. On the outside, Stu's Watching is still a length and a quarter back. And on the inside, third, Twinbee Raptor is getting the trip. Dream for Arnie B is racing fourth. Then I'm King Kong on the inside, fifth. And Stone Carver and Sports Section is 3 wide from the backfield. And then Lions Pride and hashtag Watch Me. Better have my money. 3/4, 126 and 1. And better have my money is looking money right now. They turn for home. Twinbee Raptor on down the stretch drive, and Stu's Watching. Better have my money. Lived up to the 2 to 5 billing and wins it going away. Then Twinbee Raptor stayed for second, and then third looked like Stone Carver and Dream for Arnie B. 154 and 2. Outstanding. Better have my money was heavily bet and made that money speak at the finish.
Definitely, this horse absolutely much the best. And just watching here, James McDonald did not move a muscle, and he still just paced away from his rivals. We said he was the clear one to beat before one elimination was even run tonight, Gary, and I think he just proved why. Dominating effort from Better Have My Money for Nick Colucci and Millard Farms.
Yeah, one thing was interesting to note who was fourth there, because that's really important. At number 5, Stu's Watching did manage to stick around for fourth over Dream for Arnie B. But number 2, Better Have My Money, and James McDonald will probably be the money horse in the final off of that performance.
Oh, definitely. 54 and 2. 57 and 1.5 came home in the same time. And when you think about it too, like, you always wonder how these horses, these rookies, are going to translate to the half mile surface. And we were wondering, is he going to go to the front? And well, he absolutely did, and looked fantastic leaving out into that first turn. Granted, he did have post two, but now he's guaranteed himself a post between the pole position and post five. So I certainly think we are looking at the one to beat, the clear one to beat, and he'll be something to five again next week in the final.
You know who probably should earn our respect now is number 4, Twin Beat Raptor, because he made the lead, and then, of course, Better Have My Money was able to bounce around him and grab the lead. But Twin Beat Raptor stuck for second.
Yeah, nice effort to finish second by Twin Bee Raptor, and I was impressed by Stu's watching to still looked like he hung on for fourth to make the final. He'll certainly need a good post though to be effective on Industry Day.
Back in front of us is the winner of race number 8, the second Battle of Waterloo elimination. Number 2, Better Have My Money, a 2-year-old better than Cheddar Bay gelding, owned by Miller Farms, trained by Nick Gallucci. James McDonald, the winning drive. It's 3 for 3 lifetime for Better Have My Money, 154 and 2. Fans note the inquiry sign goes up pertaining to the break and stride of 5 Stu's watching. The inquiry pertaining to the break of 5 Stu's watching. Fans, the judges ruling that number 5 Stu's watching did not violate the braking regulations. The inquiry sign will go down. The 8th race payouts, number 2, Better Have My Money, 290 to 4210. For Twinbee Raptors, 760 and 730 of 9 Stone Carver, 540, $2 exactor, 4520. Dollar try, 207.60, $5 superfecta, 532.80. Eighth race order of finish from the top, 816-249-753. That's 816-249-753.
Well, Better Have My Money certainly lived up to the hype and was the easiest kind of winner. These would be tough to beat in the final next week on Industry Day, in the final of the Battle of Waterloo. But let's take a look at race number 9. The time just flies by on these Monday nights. We're already at race 9. It's time for the late double. And this is for horse and geldings on the pace. Non-winners of $15,000 life, also for a claiming tag of $15,000. And well, we've had 6 of the last 7 winners on a bit of a roll. And I thought that we'd be on one here at a big price. But my top selection, number 1, River Dally, is taking a lot of support right now at 5-1. And I like this one because, well, last start was the first time for Heather Pickett. And post 8, no chance, got away 9th. I watched the replay a few times of this one, and I thought that, moved wide around the last turn. And what I liked about it was he got up to beat the 2 horses he was racing against because there was a big gap to the next ones. And I see I'm lone wolfing it on number 1, River Dolly. I'm hoping for 2-1 now. 2-1 now. We're hoping for a bigger price than 2-1 in River Dolly. It's got to float up by post time, folks. Unless, maybe people are jumping on the hot theory with me sweating bullets on the pre-show and now giving out winners in 6 of the last 7. I like number 1, River Dally here. 2-1's too short, but let's hope we get a bigger price by post time. And for second, I went to number 3, High Flying Jamie. Finished 4th last time. Kind of had horses all around him under the wire. Wasn't sure if he had room or not. Gary and I both picked number 3, High Flying Jamie last time. Was looking for a price on that one, and now 4-1 today might be the right number. See, Gary's going right back to High Flying Jamie. I thought this one might have pace under the wire, and definitely one you can go back to for sure, and that's why I used that one in the second position. Number 4, Adam Bayama. Nice effort to be third, first off the bench on July the 5th, but now we've missed a lot of time again, really. Almost... what is that, over 3 weeks since the last start. So not a big fan of that, but I am a fan of this horse. That's why I put number 4, Adam Bayama, in the third position. And then number 7, Finkel as Einhorn. Gets tagged now in this condition claimer. Finkel as Einhorn, was one that I thought showed a little bit of promise, last season as a rookie. And I certainly think that, you can't go wrong, taking a flyer on this one at 9-1 right now. Even from the 7 hole in this condition claiming event. It's a big drop in class from non-winners of 2 at Mohawk Park, but will have to overcome a very difficult post position. But I'm going to stay with the horse that I thought would be a price tonight. I honestly thought we'd be getting, at least 7-8-1, maybe even double digits on number 1, River Dolly. But I guess everyone else sees that this one's getting big time post relief from post 8 down to the pole position. And I love the way that this one finished his mile last time. So using number 1, River Dally, over number 3, High Flying Jamie, number 4, Adam Bayama, and number 7, Finkel is Einhorn. The draws for the Battle of the Bells and Battle of Waterloo should be taking place now, and then we will, show those to you likely after this race, and we'll come back and discuss this dash a little further with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 9th on Parade 1, River Dally. Child of War for Heather Pickett and Mike Arndt. Number 2 is Fast as Phelps, Natasha Day for Sean Hyatt and Dave Simpson and Michelle Sherman. Number 3 is High Flying Jamie, Drew Neal for Gary Anderson. Number 4 is Adam Bayama, Austin Sorry for Stefan LeBrock. Number 5 is AJ Knight, Bruce Richardson for Greg Campbell and Angelo DeLellis. And number 6, Joe Rockhead Tyler Borth for Mike Salas. Number 7, Finkel is Einhorn, Scott Culver, Duncan Brewer, and Michelle Brennan and Randall Urquhart. 8 is Tradition, Brett McDonough for Nikki Comegna and Bruno Comegna. And 9, Chuck Eaton Love, next door for Caleb Stevens and Nicole Loeffler. Field of 9, race number 9. Let's get a look at this field, and we'll bring in Robert Reed from the AC-less estates and look at this field. We'll start with number 1, River Dally. Now, you've gone alone with this one at 8-1 on the board. You're sticking your claim. River Dally does get the inside post position. Good back half last time out.
Yeah, definitely. And I thought that there was a much improved effort from River Dally. I like the fact that he went past the 2 horses that he was essentially racing because the rest of the field had kind of broken contact with them. And pole position tonight, now 9-1. This is the price I was expecting, and I was thinking, you know what, we've been on a lot of horses that seem kind of logical. And after watching the replays in here, I thought maybe this might be a wide open event, and River Dally had just as much as chance as anyone else. And I think it would be considered a double lone wolf because I don't think anyone else even put this horse in their top 4.
You are alone, but you've got 1 or 2 to give because you're having a hot night. But look there's number 3, High Flying Jamie. We both took this one last time out. He raced okay. In fact, he raced better than okay, but he didn't get the job done for us. One thing to note, though, 59-3 to the half, and was sitting on the inside for a piece of that. And High Flying Jamie did kick home okay, but the winner, Chuck Eaton Love, was able to keep on marching. High Flying Jamie might just end up being my Guccio's office. I am not getting off. High Flying Jamie and Drew Neal.
Hey, Guccio's office. Yeah, well, you know what? You got to go in this one a few more times before you get the Guccio's office, designation. But listen, I thought High Flying Jamie raced better than the line looks last time. I watched the replay a few times. I'm not sure if they really had much room in the stretch. There were kind of a wall of horses around this one. I know didn't get the job done. Only got beat a length, though. I think that High Flying Jamie, to me, is the logical one to be on in here. Right now, 2-1 on the board, but I'll take the price on River Dally.
I actually think the logical one is number 4, Adam Biama, because raced really hard, circled up 3 wide. That was a strong effort last time out. Austin Sorry for Stefan Larocque. I actually think that's the logical one. I just wanted to stay on my Guccio's office, High Flying Jamie. Adam Biama and Austin Sorry.
Yeah, the only thing, Gary, is July 5th, right? That's the big concern there. And we've seen horses sometimes, when they get out of that regular rotation. And this one now hasn't raced, in 21 days. They might need a start before they're going to be at their absolute best again. That effort was a good one. And I'm actually a big fan of Adam Biama. It was one that I chased a number of times, last season when he went 1 for 8. And I certainly do think that he's one of the, few in here I'd say, deserve to be backed heavily. But, I'm just concerned about that time away.
Number 7, Finkel's Einhorn, is one that I wanted to use into my top 2 and be smart. But Finkel's Einhorn has some reason to be able to race better. Class dropper, and with Duncan Brewer, second start back with Duncan, Finkel's Einhorn just might race better than even the 8-1 on the board suggests.
I definitely think so. This is really a big drop. When you consider racing in open non-winners or 2 at Mohawk Park, now coming here into condition claimer, was racing here in open condition, non-winners at 17,500 ranks, and now even, from that to this is a significant drop in class. So I think Finkel and Einhorn is definitely one to keep in mind here and worth a play if you're looking for a bigger price, and you don't like my one horse River Dally from the pole position.
And, of course, if you like the 1, you're supposed to like the 9, but you didn't. Chuck Eaton Love. He didn't do anything wrong last time out.
No, he didn't. And you know what? When I actually, sent my selections in, I said, I know Gary's going to call me out on this one. I deserve to get called out on that. I just thought, you know what? I missed the wedding. I'm not going to go to the funeral, and I actually put the horse right out of the top 4.
I think you're wrong. I never chirp you. I just leave you to your own devices. Field of 9 for race number 9, taking up positions. River Dally, fast as Phelps, and High Flying Jamie on the inside. In the center, Adam Biama. AJ Knight to the outside, Joe Rockhead, Finkel's Einhorn, and Tradition. The second tier, Chuck Eaton Love. And right now, Adam Biama has made a break in stride and is back there balking. field of 9 for the ninth, 8 up by the gate, and then back to Adam by Emma. They're at the start of the rough. And it is high flying Jamie and fast as Phelps, and then Joe Rockhead and AJ Knight. The field sprints around that first turn. High flying Jamie is able to fly early and take the lead. Fast as Phelps is second. Then third, Chuck Heaton Love from the second tier does well to get out third. AJ Knight, River Dally is racing fifth, and then it is Joe Rockhead, Finkel, Einhorn, and Tradition. High flying Jamie leads as they race on to the opening quarter. Fast as Phelps is second. Chuck Heaton Love is on the inside third in front of AJ Knight and River Dally. And then it is back to Joe Rockhead, Finkel, Einhorn. Then moving to the outside, Adam by Emma down to the inside is Tradition. They work their way off the turn, heading towards the half off a opening quarter that was reached in 28-4. And right now it is high flying Jamie setting things all his own way as they race on towards us. And AJ Knight to challenge on the outside. Fast as Phelps is third. River Dally is well spotted second over. On the inside, Chuck Heaton Love. And then it is back to Finkel Einhorn, who's racing to the outside. Joe Rockhead and Tradition off that 59 second half with a 30-1 second panel breather. It is high flying Jamie. AJ Knight's coming to call first up, but high flying Jamie leads at a length and a quarter. On the inside, third fast is Phelps, and three wide. River Dally is going to come on now, swimming 3 deep against high flying Jamie. Then in the center of the track, Chuck Heaton Love, and to the outside, Finkel Einhorn, Joe Rockhead and Tradition. 3/4 127-4, and high flying Jamie now stretches out the cushion to about 4 or 5, and fast as Phelps and River Dally and AJ Knight. They turn for home. On down the stretch drive they come. High flying Jamie is going to win it. Fast as Phelps is going to stick around for a second. Then River Dally, and finishing fourth was Joe Rockhead, 156-3. The win in the ninth race to high flying Jamie off a half of 59. Really got things its own way. Of course, it helped that 4 Adam by Emma broke early, but high flying Jamie really looked sharp, Rob.
Yeah, definitely. Nice win by this one. And, we were both all over this one last time. You were all over this one this time, Gary. And, for me, I actually went off of high flying Jamie looking for a price, kind of going searching in here. And, I'll be honest, River Dally wasn't the big price I expected. Maybe, and being, hot tonight, both in my office and, in the handicapping, we moved some money on this one because 4-1 on River Dally was certainly not the price I was hoping for, but high flying Jamie with a real nice effort here and victory for Drew Neal.
I should mention that the inquiry sign is up and it pertains that to start at number 4, Adam by Emma. But 59 to the half really sets things up beautifully. When you're on the lead at the half and you get a soft half, the leaders at the half here at Grand River are winning at about 50% of the time, but definitely even helps when you get the fractions your way.
Yeah, definitely. No doubt about that. We knew this one would be really tough to beat, when he got the half and 59 flat. And I can't really, fault anything on River Dally. And, Tyler Moore certainly put him in a great position second over. I thought maybe on the backside he was going to maybe brush, maybe to be competitive with high flying Jamie. Didn't think he could beat him, but thought he might be able to get up for second. Ended up holding third, though, so I can't be upset with that effort, that's for sure.
Number 2, Fast as Phelps, is the one that outraced the odds on the board at 21-1, and a decent job by Natasha Day, who scored a win earlier to kick off the night to knock us out of the pick 5, and then Fast as Phelps right here to make the exactor.
Yeah, definitely. 21-1. We always talk about. I mentioned that the 3 was the logical one, and the 1 was the one I liked. And what do you always say, Gary? You always want to try to split those horses that you like with a nice price, and that's what happened here. And it comes in 3, 2, 1 inside numbers and still should pay good.
And you weren't a Rockhead if you thought that a longer price could round out the superfecta. You got Joe Rockhead at 30-1. Tyler Borth for Mike Salas. But coming back in front of us, the 9th race winner, number 3, High Flying Jamie, 4-year-old War-Needy Bay horse, owned by Gary Anderson, trained by Drew Neal, who's also the winning driver. Second win, 4th lifetime, High Flying Jamie, 156-3. Also, fans note that number 4, Adam by Emma, will be refunded, determined to have not received a fair start. ninth race. Payouts 3. High Flying Jamie 473, 42 Fast as Phelps 864, 31. River Dally 310. $2 exactor, $41.60 try, 50, $10 superfecta, 1,000, 54.80. Fans, just while we have a moment, note that next week on Industry Day, don't forget to join the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame here at Grand River on Industry Day from 2 till 3 p.m. for a special autograph session with CHR HF 2020 inductee Paul McDonnell, driver of the great Some Beach Somewhere. Paul will be signing copies of Some Beach Somewhere, the harness racing legend from A One Horse Stable by author Marjorie Simmons. The book will be available for purchase at the Hall of Fame display located under the tarmac tent for $24.95 each plus tax. And note that all proceeds supporting the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame, all proceeds will support the Canadian Horse Racing Hall of Fame. Ninth race order finish from the top. 321 954 678. That's 321 954 678. There's a And fans, the post positions have been drawn for the Battle of Waterloo and the Battle of the Bells coming up on your monitors very quickly. The Battle of Waterloo next Monday afternoon. There is the post position order. Love That Smile gets an inside post position. And this is actually the Battle of the Bells up first. So, Love That Smile, then Big Better Hanover, Warwick Expat from post 3. The Battle of the Bells, Love That Smile on the inside, then Big Better Hanover and Warwick Expat. In the center, Speak Your Mind and Cheryl's Shadow to the outside, post 6, Stonebridge Talia, Do It for Josie, and Ronnie Silsder towards the outside, and then from the second tier, Mary, Keep On Burning. And Robert will have the Battle of Waterloo. We let our top announcer handle the bigger race on Monday. Rob?
Well, just the hot announcer anyways. Let's take a look at the field for the Battle of Waterloo, and let's look here. Number 1, Sentry Inspector. Wow, with the rail again after a nice effort tonight from that spot as well. Number 2 is going to be Sports Box. Number 3, Aaronwood Eves. Number 4, Stone Carver. Number 5, Better Have My Money. Did draw the 5-hole. Could have drew the rail to the 5-hole. Gets post 5. Number 6 will be Ron. Number 7 will be Stu's Watching. Number 8 will be Nassau Hanover. And number 9 will be Twin B Raptor. And folks, that's going to be a fantastic race. Better Have My Money is the one to beat, but it is a horse race. And we'll see who emerges victorious on Industry Day.
Field for the 10th race on parade. 1, Carnival Heart, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker and Dr. Terry Fried and Darlene Carr. Number 2, Perfect Rami, Nick Stewart for Kelly Duval Lakai and Sylvain Lakai. Number 3, Bet You Love Me, Anthony Hunt for Jeffrey Williamson and Rebecca Williamson and Connie McTaggart. Number 4 coming your way. Child number for Heather Pickett. Number 5, Share of the Moment, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen. Number 6, Wildcat Delight, Brent McDonough for Tyler Nostet and Blue Shoe Investments. And number 7, Marzak, Hanover Austin, sorry for Kyle Bossens and Daryl Newbigging. Field of 7, race number 10. Well, shall we get a look at this field, Rob? And we both have the same one on top, Share of the Moment, so we're going to have to share the glory if this filly for Jody Cullen's barn gets the job done. 3 wins and 6 starts in the air, back-to-back wins coming in. And, well, Share the Moment definitely deserves that 8-5 top billing. There is Share the Moment on the track.
Yeah, I certainly think so. Off the last victory especially, 2 starts back, got a perfect trip and came up the inside to win. And then, last time, though, just a devastating victory. And her rivals had no chance and faces, some of the similar ones back in here tonight. Hasn't raced since July the 12th. I don't think it'll be a problem, though. 8-5 on the board right now. Definitely the one to beat.
Number 1, Carnival Heart did not get any respect at all 3 races ago and won it 51-1. But the last 2 races has been getting regard, has gate speed and inside post position, and is one that now is your second choice and my second choice.
Yeah, I think definitely merits, being pegged in that spot, especially considering has been the runner-up to Share the Moment in her last 2, and I wouldn't be surprised if something similar plays out again tonight. 2 starts back led, got picked up late last time. I thought did pretty well to come around a rival to finish in the second spot. So Carnival Heart, 2-1. I'm certainly not crazy about that price on Carnival Heart, but certainly thinks that she merits respect in the place spot.
One that scored a couple of wins back in June and then raced nicely at Dresden last race to finish second is 3, Bet You Love Me. Anthony Hahn for Jeffrey Williamson. Jeffrey's put up some pretty nice training numbers. Bet You Love Me and Anthony Hahn on the track right now at 4-1.
Yeah, 2 for 6 this season, is finished in the top 2 in half of her starts. I certainly think this one, is worth a look in here. Last time racing here at Grand River Raceway on July the 12th, had post 7, ended up finishing 4th, to the 2 horses we just mentioned. 4-1, probably the right price. I just would say that I'd be using this one for second or third if it was on my tickets.
Number 2, Perfect Rami. If you're looking for a flyer on a horse at 30-1, Perfect Rami raced really well at Georgian Downs in 55 3 races ago. A winner at Clinton last race, and Clinton's not nearly as fast a track as here. Perfect Rami has got to be a lot better than the 24-1 longest shot on the board.
Yeah, I definitely think so. I put this one in the 4th spot, and when I, put her on there, I thought, maybe she'd be around, 10-1 or so. 24-1 seems like a real pumped-up price on Perfect Rami, coming in off a win. So there's, a reason she might be confident. Did get away well at Clinton from the 4-hole in that effort. So there's no reason why you can't think she might be able to get away well from post 2 here. 25-1, Gary. The price is right on Perfect Rami, that's for sure.
And one more that we'll take a look at is number 6, Wildcat Delight. You always have to look at one that Tyler Nostat sends out and Brent McDonald's driving. Pretty solid connections there. This one raced on the sloppy track at Rideau Carleton last race and came first up and paid for it. But you see some nice lines on this mare. Wildcat Delight could be a bounce-back horse. Is getting some love at 6-1.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? That last effort came, off nearly a month anyways. So maybe, coming right back off just, a few days rest, maybe that might be, the answer for Wildcat Delight. Last time looked like a pretty tough journey. And, facing this group here, it's a compact field. Certainly not the worst place to go shopping at 6-1.
Surprised right now that Carnival Heart is the favorite at 8-5 because both of us think that 5 Share the Moment. Well, now is 8-5, but those 2 did finish 1-2 in the last 2 races, but both times Share the Moment got the better of things. We'll see how it unfolds here, Rob, and I hope you enjoy being here next Monday, live and in person. Field 4, race number 10. Taking up positions, Carnival Heart, Perfect Rami on the inside. In the center, Bet You Love Me, coming your way. And Share the Moment to the outside, Wildcat Delight and Marzank Hanover. Field of 7, race number 10. They've reached the top of the stretch. Here they come. Field for race number 10 is at the start, and they're off and getting out well. Perfect Rami and Share the Moment has gone off stride, quickly recovers but loses ground. But right now it is Perfect Rami who's got the lead. Bet You Love Me to the outside, and then it is Carnival Heart, and coming your way is racing fourth, is now taking the lead as Bet You Love Me, and Perfect Rami is racing second. Carnival Heart is third. Coming your way is racing fourth, and then Wildcat Delight and Share the Moment, and Marzank Hanover is back trailing the field. They race their way on up to the opening quarter. Bet You Love Me has the lead. The quarter 28-2. Perfect Rami is in a perfect spot right there in the pocket on the back of Bet You Love Me, and Carnival Heart forwardly placed third. Then coming your way, and Wildcat Delight is racing fifth as the field works their way off the turn and comes on towards us. And then it is back to Share the Moment, and trailing the field is Marzank Hanover. It is Bet You Love Me who's got the lead. At 4-1 for Anthony Hahn. Perfect Rami, 25-1, gets a pocket trip, and Carnival Heart is going to work first over as they work their way on into the backstretch. And already 3-wide action from Wildcat Delight coming your way in the center of the track. Down to the inside, Share the Moment, and Marzank Hanover is trailing the field. Half of 57-4. On down the backstretch they go. Bet You Love Me, Carnival Heart, and still out 3-wide Wildcat Delight. And on the inside, Perfect Rami. Center of the track is coming your way, and Share the Moment is now sent out to 4 wide, trying to make a huge recovery. 3/4, 126-2. It is Bet You Love Me and Carnival Heart, and Share the Moment is up to third and is digging hard. Bet You Love Me and Carnival Heart and Share the Moment, and Wildcat Delight in coming your way. They turn for home. It is Carnival Heart who's got the lead. Carnival Heart and Bet You Love Me and Share the Moment. Carnival Heart as they come to the finish. Carnival Heart and Bet You Love Me close, but Carnival Heart wins it. Bet You Love Me was second. Then Share the Moment, Wildcat Delight in coming your way. 155-4. Rob, that was interesting that Carnival Heart finally was able to get the job done, but the race changed dramatically when Share the Moment made that early bobble a break.
Yeah, definitely. As soon as that happened, the entire complexion of the race changes. And I mean, really, obviously Carnival Heart gets the job done, and nice to see that one back in the winner's circle. And now it's finishing the top two in 4 consecutive starts. But Share the Moment, what an incredible recovery. I thought when this one went wide that we'd see what you usually see from horses that break stride early, and she'd move wide and then maybe tire around the last turn and finish 4th or 5th. But she kept on coming and only got beat about a length on the line. So big efforts after recovering from that miscue for Share the Moment.
And we do have to mention that the inquiry sent up pertains to number 5, Share the Moment, with that break at the start. And Carnival Heart didn't have this race handed to him. He had to work for it to get by a very stubborn Bet You Love Me.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, it was definitely a nice effort by Carnival Heart. And, I still think, maybe the beneficiary of, Share the Moment making a break in stride. But the money was real tonight on Carnival Heart, 2-1, taking support in her last two. And, coming into this one now, 2-1 on the board. I didn't really think that was much value, but the horse was full marks for the effort.
I think the horse you might really want to watch for next time out was Wildcat Delight, because that one spent a long time, circled out 3 wide, and didn't fade even after being out and stuck around for the top 4. Wildcat Delight was really game.
Yeah, definitely. I'll be watching that one next time, especially, inside post would be beneficial. That horse does flash speed off the gate. Might be able to use it from an inside post. And Gary, I am beyond thrilled to be there for Industry Day a week from today. I can't wait. I've only missed 2 Industry Days, and they both were when I lived in Richmond, Virginia. So I can't wait to be there live and in person to see everyone, next week. But we'll see everyone else, from Reed Estates on Wednesday and Friday.
Well, we'll meet up next Monday, and then you'll know for certain why they don't put me on TV and that we only show you live, actually, on the television camera.
All right, sounds good, Kerry.
1, 3, 5, 6, 4, the top 5, and back in front of us is number 1, Carnival Heart, a 3-year-old Big Jim Bay filly, by Julie Walker and Dr. Terry Fraud and Darlene Carr. Julie Walker is the trainer. J.B. Renault, the winning driver. It's the second win this year, sixth lifetime for Carnival Heart. 155 and 4. The Inquiry Sun is up, and it pertains to that break of 5. Share the moment. Fans note number 5, Share the Moment, was determined to have not violated the braking regulations and will stand third. The 10th race payouts: 1, Carnival Heart, 660, 340, and 243. Bet You Love Me, 440 and 260, and 5, Share the Moment, 230. $2 exactor, 23.70. Dollar try, 29.10. The double, 24.40. And the win for on a dollar ticket, 54.10. The dollar high five, $234. The dollar pentafacta, the dollar high five, $234. The 10th race order finishes a 1625347. That is a 1625347. And also, fans, note we're going to post again the order of the draw for the Battle of the Bells and the Battle of Waterloo. There is a look at the Battle of the Bells for next Monday on the inside. Love that smile. Big Better Hanover. 3 is Warwick Expat. 4, Speak Your Mind. And 5, Cheryl's Shadow. Number 6, Stonebridge Talia. 7, Do It for Josie. 8, Ronnie Hanover. And number 9, the Trailer Post, Mary. Keep on burning. Also coming up, the Battle of Waterloo. And, well, the first also eligible is. Well, we'll give you the Battle of Waterloo, a top 9, and Century Inspector again draws the inside sports box from post 2. Aaronwood Eves once again will be number 3, and Stone Carver from the trailer post tonight gets a spot on the gate for Better Have My Money, the one that should be heavily backed post 5. Then Ron is 6-7, Stu's watching 8, Nassau ahead of her. Add the second tier, Twin B Raptor. Well, fans, that does conclude the live harness racing program for this Monday evening here from Grand River Raceway. Live racing resumes on Wednesday. Our first dash on this coming Wednesday night will be 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.
Good night, Gary.
Good night, Rob. Try to cool down.